have a look at one of the strongest economies in this part of the world. It's tourism sector that continues to bounce back. And of course, to talk with our kababayan, some of whom have worked here for so many years. Let's also discover some ideas and tips from the experts and find out how we can adapt these to the Philippines to keep businesses ready and open for business. Dubai is one of the 7 Emirates of the United Arab Emirates, and the capital is Abu Dhabi. From a vast desert, Dubai has transformed itself into a city dotted with skyscrapers, modern structures, and state-of-the-art facilities that make people's lives convenient and efficient. Its most famous structure, the Burj Khalifa, the tallest building in the world, is a testament to that. At tulad nga ng tayog ng Burj Khalifa, marami din tayong mga kababayan, maraming mga Pilipino ang nangarap at ang kanilang mga pangarap ay natupad. Open for Business is here at the Kiko store inside the Dubai Mall, and we will be meeting the area manager of Kiko. She's been here in Dubai for almost more than 2 decades already. We'll ask her about her experience working here in Dubai. Hi, Miss Liza. How
Hello
are you?
po.
Kumusta?
Okay naman
Alam
po.
mo, yun katulad nga ng introduction ko, parang ang tagal mo na rin dito.
Yeah.
Pero noong una kong punta dito, I think that was how many years ago? 5 years? Or
I think it's more than 5 years.
yes. Tapos noon ay wala pang pandemic.
Yes.
Anong nangyari sa inyo nung pandemic?
Pandemic, of course, we have a lot of struggle during pandemic. We stopped working in a month. Malls are totally closed during that month, like the whole month. And then after that, when we go back to business, of course, you don't expect the same as we were. Start uli kami from the beginning, calling our customers to come to our stores. Yeah, it's like start all over again after the pandemic and start online business.
Now, Liza, there were a lot of discussions about the impact of COVID to businesses. So, sa inyo ba, paano ba yung naging impact nito pagdating sa mga Pilipino? Marami ba noon na mga umuwi din ng mga Pinoy?
Yeah. Maraming nawalan ng trabaho, of course. Actually, sa amin lang dito, almost half of the manpower.
Wow,
Yes,
dami.
half of the manpower. And then, pero for now, we start again, all over again. We hired some additional staff support after the pandemic. And then now, mas okay na yung business.
When you say you hired, yung iba doon na pinauwi, end of contract na talaga yun? Wala nang balikan yun?
Wala
meron...
na talaga. But some of them, not in our brand, because we are group of companies, some of them, they rehire them.
Wow.
Yes.
You said it's business is getting better.
Yeah.
Paano mo nasabi na business is getting better?
Actually, ang magandang impact kasi ng sa amin, may impact din na maganda yung naging pandemic eh. We learned a lot of some other things, it's like online business. We don't have like that
Before the
pandemic. Pero while on that time nung pandemic, you need to think how you will manage to pursue with the business. Kasi hindi mo naman siya pwedeng pabayaan na lang na walang papasok na income. Sumasahod kami. At the same time, ito nagre-rent kami ng store. Maski nakasara siya, kumbaga, we need to have income to para ma-provide yung ng brand. Nag-start kami sa online selling, and then it works. Which is until now we keep doing na.
So parang Miss Liza, it's a combination of both the physical store,
Yes.
diba, and online.
Yes.
Was it the online business? Is it not present before the pandemic, or parang during the pandemic lang talagang naisipan nyo, we really had, and I know that this is a group of companies,
Yeah.
and the Kiko brand is recognized also
Yes.
all over the world.
Yes.
What is the history of Kiko so far?
Kiko is like has been 60 years in the industry.
Wow.
Actually, yeah. It's original from Italy, and the headquarters actually is located in Como. Yes, and
Pero yung online component
yung
niya,
online component, actually the whole Kiko, when we talk about the Kiko, it's like they have, but because this is it depends on the region.
I see.
Yes, but in Dubai, especially in UAE, we just start this last pandemic.
How do you see the difference between the physical, like say physical touching
Yes,
of the
yes,
fabric,
of course,
diba?
yes. Yeah.
How do you compare it? Paano
For
sa
me,
experience?
it's like it's a bit different than touching and looking at the actual material. But then again, based on my experience, because I'm handling this brand for more than 12 years, so from the material, I can see what is the suitable for this country. Price-wise, you need to consider everything.
I see.
What is the price suitable for this country? You should know, and what are those sizes? For example, what are the best seller sizes? So that once you get the buying, and you can apply everything.
Wow, interesting.
Yeah.
Speaking of the Dubai market, what do they like? Kasi nabanggit mo, parang they're very sensitive. Of course, parang when you
Yes.
buy, parang we see it as a first world country.
Yeah,
It's one of
Actually,
the countries that's comparable with
Yeah,
Hong
yeah.
Kong and Singapore. So how do you describe the Dubai customer?
Dubai customer, actually, ang mga tao dito mostly they are really branded. So yes, and the good thing is they really don't care about the price. You just need to get the right product for them.
What is it in a product that they're looking at?
Right product, because we know that Middle Eastern people are most of them are Muslims. So not to be open first.
Oh.
And yes, and mostly they have the special occasion like their Eid or something like that. So you need to get those items that's suitable for this season.
What is your experience having been here as a professional? And imagine in a company where you are in charge of inventory,
Yeah.
of pricing,
Yes,
of
yes, yes.
promotions.
Yeah.
How is it working here as a professional, and how is it also dealing with other Filipinos who work for you or who work with you?
They said it shouldn't be the boss, it should be the leader always. Because, being a leader, team members will always go to the flow. That's the difference between the leader and the boss. When it comes to the workflow, actually it's easier to communicate with kapwa Pilipino, of course. So, and yeah, it just depends on you on how you will handle them and how you will execute each task. Yeah.
With this development that there's growing number of Filipinos who are working here in Dubai. Parang sabi nga nila, tayo yata yung third largest
Yes.
na community. What are the areas where Filipinos work for in the industry dito? Diba sa ibang bansa, alam natin, most of them are domestic helpers.
Yeah.
Doon naman sa Singapore, there's also a lot of IT professionals or lawyers. Dito ba sa experience mo sa Dubai, ano yung
Filipino actually in Dubai, it's in everywhere. It's in everywhere. Hindi mo masabi kung saang field, pero maski saan ka pumunta kasi Filipinos there. Sa UAE especially, they love Filipino. Kasi you work more than they expect. Hindi naman porke binigay sa yung work na diyan ka titigil eh. You always want to seek for something na kung saan ka mag-grow. Mga Emiratis, they always love to work with Filipino, maski saan.
Tsaka, halimbawa, tulad
And you can trust, the Filipinos, trustworthy. Maybe not all, pero it's at least we can say 99%.
Wow, that's a great thing.
Yeah.
Tsaka, halimbawa, katulad mo, when I came here, you were working here already.
Yeah,
So parang,
yeah.
can you say that, Filipinos also are more loyal? Because imagine, when I
Yes.
came here, you are already here, and you still opted to
Yes.
stay. As a
Yes.
matter of fact, di ba?
Yeah.
Even after the pandemic, when I reached out to you, you're still there.
Yes.
So, masasabi ba natin, aside from that kind of loyalty, trustworthiness, ano pa yung katangian ng Pinoy na gusto ng mga Emirati?
For example, they give you some kind of additional task. Kumbaga, what they like is like, we never say no. Kung ano yung pwede nating i-share, kung ano yung pwede nating ibigay, mostly Filipino, they will do that. When they go to any HR offices, I can say Filipino is the most
Trusted or hard?
Yes.
I also noticed that, of course, there are other nationalities din na parang in your staff. Ano yung, sabihin natin, pumapangalawa sa mga Pilipino?
Mga Indians, yes. Yes, sa atin kasi sa Asia pa rin yan eh. Mga Indians, sila yung pumapangalawa
Dahil mas nagsasalita sa English din, ganun ba?
Yes, at saka ano din naman sila, cooperative din naman in fairness to them. It's always depends on the leader. Sa work naman, sa establishment naman, you don't need to be, maski nasa posisyon ka eh. Ang aim lang naman natin dito is how you will implement rules. Na at the end of the day, ano yung naging outcome?
I know that there's also a lot of challenges as someone who is working away from your family. Ikaw,
Of course.
you are lucky, I guess, and I'm proud of you because your husband is here, you're okay, or he left already. Your kids are here somehow.
Yeah.
You stayed here. So, yun ba ay kumbaga, ano yung mga challenges nyo sa kayong mga manggagawang Pilipino, mga parang, di ba tinatawag namin kayo na parang somehow you are the heroes back there in the Philippines because you give a lot of, you send a lot of remittances. It's actually you're contributing to the Philippine economy, in terms of remittances. What are those challenges? Di ba? Yun ba, kayo ba, pag nagpadala na kayo ng dolyar
Tapos
sa
na ba
mga
doon?
oo, or kulang pa ba? Parang ganun, may katapusan ba?
It's always not enough din naman. It's always not enough, Kaya lang, at least it's better than nothing. Alam mo yun. So, it depends. Kasi dito hindi rin magandang, it's not easy to live. Kasi isang country doon napakagandang country, this is my second home. Pero again, nasa sa atin pa rin kung paano natin i-weigh yung ating, when it comes to remittances, to family. At the end of the day, just make sure na when you go home, when you decide to go home for good, at least you have something to live.
Pero in your case, Miss Liza, do you still plan to go back home or do you want to go to the other countries as well and stay there? I know that we are both
Yes.
getting old.
Yeah.
but what parang like other Filipinos kasi 'di ba may mga projects yung government na parang may financial
Yes,
literacy,
yes,
you know,
yes.
parang investing, parang OFWs investing their money back there in the Philippines, you know, parang guiding you to somehow come up with solutions that can make you stay in the Philippines and not go back here.
The problem is I'm not confident enough para sumubok sa atin. Kasi we tried sometimes but the outcome is not really good. So it's like for me, as long as this country will give me still the chance to live, I'll stay here.
I see. Wow,
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's very straightforward. But
Yeah.
ano sa palagay mo ang dapat gawin ng government para or ng private sector para tingin mo magkaroon din ng opportunities para sa inyo?
Siguro for me, of course, financial, it's just second for me para maitulong ng government. First, it's still up to us. Kung ano ba talaga, siguro magkaroon lang ng isang direction. Kung ano ba talaga yung gusto mong i-start when go back to country. If you will not work hard for that para kumita doon sa ibibigay ng government, I don't think it's practical. Actually, what I love the most is to start with you know the gas station. Gas station na I don't know if we have already in the country. Yung gas station na yung parang pwede kang pumunta wherever, gas tank will come to your place, kumbaga.
I see.
Yung bang parang kumbaga
parang delivery,
yes,
parang
something
ganyan,
like that.
oo.
But then again, I think there are some limited of like 3,000 liters, something like that. Something like that. Yun lang naman yung naiisip ko so far ha, kasi parang ngayon lahat na almost
I-deliver.
yes.
Oo nga no, parang wala pang parang gas
Yes.
on delivery, parang ganyan.
Kasi dito
Tama.
meron na kami.
Oh, I
It's like the
see.
same rate in the gas station.
Anong tawag doon?
We call it CAFU. It's CAFU. But then nasa isang mobile siya. Kumbaga na isang mobile lang siya.
And then you
Hindi siya malaki.
order online.
You can call them. They will come to your doorstep.
And then they deliver it
Yes,
na lang. They
yes.
will put it either in your car or
They
in
will
your...
put directly. Like
Ay.
you go to the gas station. Siguro ang masasabi ko lang about my kapwa Filipino who's working here to save more. Kasi it's easy to do something if you have savings.
My name is Michael Deo Macaraig. I've been here in Dubai for about 21 years. Yung business ko dito, basically, is MDM Global Creatives and Consultancy. We give services for migration, for student visa, for work permit. At the same time, since I started my business for events and management, so at the moment, nag-i-enjoy pa rin ako sa events.
When the pandemic came in, all the events, all the activities were practically zero. What were you doing then po?
I supposed to go home that time, but since I have a good friend who has their own business in migration, so he offered me na parang to be a consultant. I just tried actually. Then the moment na nag-training ako, the same day when I go live, I sell. Nakapagbenta ako at the same time. So, meron pala akong ganun talent for sales. So, nung pandemic, no income, nothing at all, nag-consultant ako at number 1 ako sa company na yon. Then, when natutunan ko lahat yon, I opened my own. Actually, that is not my first time. So, hindi ako nahirapan. Ang ano kasi, ang business kasi, kinakailangan alam mo. Alam mo yung how to open it, how to process, alam mo lahat yon. At alam mo yung flow ng business para merong direction. The Filipino communities here are very supportive. So I am one of the member for Philippine Business Council. So sila yung nag-guide. All the entrepreneur here, binibigyan nila ng training how to handle businesses in Dubai. And not only in Dubai but specifically in the UAE. So they have the guidelines, they are giving trainings, they are like giving the chances to meet other business person. So it's a collaboration for us to be able to uplift our own business. Opening business here parang matanong kasi ako. So tinatanong ko palagi, I am very keen on how to be the best of the best. So I do research, I compare my job to others. So at least when I see that meron akong medyo somehow very weak ako doon. So it's not about copying It's about they are my inspiration to do better, to be the best of the best. So yun, hindi ako masyado nahihirapan. Why? Because I do research. I always open my eyes to possibilities. I always open myself for collaboration. So I think this is the best way to be a successful. Collab yourself, give your ideas, get some ideas also to apply to your business. My source of inspiration maybe because I'm doing it alone, as I am a one-man show. So basically, I trust myself. That's the best. If you trust yourself, you can do whatever you wanted to do, and you have focus. You have you have faith on what you're doing, and also prayers is there because whatever, if you have a lot of money, if you have all, but if you don't have faith and trust, you cannot do anything. Basically, doing it alone is, for me, it's much better. Why? Because I am an organized person. I have list. I have I have time management. I also know how to handle stress. This is the most important thing. You know how to handle stress. Hindi mo siya dadalhin sa trabaho mo. At the same time, if you know how to manage time, mas madali. Mas alam mo yung kulang. If you did mistake, alam mo ikaw ang nagkamali. You cannot blame anyone. So this is, for me, is that more easier for me to finish everything because hindi naman isa na maliit o malaki ang nagagawa ko Yung may mga laki ko nagagawang event alone. So that is at least alam ko lahat. It's like I organize myself properly. Basically, opening the business is not, you don't need a big capital of money. You need the talent. If you know the job, if you know the work, if you know the business, do it. Huwag kang mag-hesitate na gawin because ito yung magli-lead sa'yo to be a successful person. So kinakailangan lang matatag ang loob, determination, at the same time, alam mo yung ginagawa mo. At kinakailangan mong pagtiwalaan ang sarili mo. Kung wala kang tiwala sa sarili mo, hindi mo magagawa yung pinaka-the best para sa business na gusto mong mangyari.
We are here at the Philippine Consulate General in Dubai, and there's a lot of growing Filipinos who are hoping to land jobs in Dubai, having heard that it's a good place to work. Some also use Dubai as a jump-off point to go to other countries, especially domestic helpers who may be illegally recruited to work in countries with conflict like Syria, Yemen, Lebanon, Iraq, and Afghanistan. We are very honored to be here at the Consulate of the Republic of the Philippines here in Dubai, and we are honored and privileged to have with us Honorable Renato Dueñas, the Consulate General here at Dubai. Sir, thank you so much for accepting us, and we're very proud to have met a lot of Filipinos, and so far the Filipino community is one of the most vibrant communities here in Dubai. Can you tell us more about the Filipino community in Dubai, sir?
Yes, you're right about that. Not only are they the most vibrant, but they're actually the third largest in terms of migrant populations here in the UAE, particularly here in Dubai. So first there's the Indians, and then which they're the biggest community. and then after that would be Pakistan, and then the Philippines. We have almost about 1 million Filipinos here in the United Arab Emirates, and majority of them are here actually in Dubai. And so yes, so they're in all sectors of the economy, from the malls. I'm sure you've been to
Yes.
the malls here, and there are lots of in almost every shop or store or restaurant you go to, there'd be one or two or maybe a whole bunch of them working in those places. And also in hospitals, we have lots of nurses here, and then engineers. So from all sectors really, so including hotels and in offices.
With that community, that's 1 million Filipinos, and you mentioned of the different sectors that they have been working at. I'm sure there's also a lot of challenges, that they encounter. And can you cite, what are those challenges and how, the consulate is helping them?
Yes, of course. So with that big number of Filipinos, of course, they would need some, for example, like passports and other, consular needs. So we, along with, of course, the Philippine Embassy in Abu Dhabi, we try to provide for those, requirements, provide those services to them. And also the Philippine Overseas Labor is here, and along with other government partner agencies like the DTI, they're also here to support us. So it's a whole of government approach when it comes to providing the services to our kabayans, as they are called here. We have actually quite a big staff complement here in the consulate to make sure that all the needs, consular needs particularly, of these of our kabayans are answered. And also if they, for example, need some assistance when it comes to, sometimes they find themselves in some kind of a situation. So we do provide assistance to them.
There's a lot of Filipinos who are also made their names here in Dubai, and some of them have placed the Philippines back in the global map in terms of fashion, in terms of arts, in terms of entrepreneurship. Just a while ago, we were talking with one of the restaurant owners, and then they're really showing the Philippine pride, the Pinoy pride, ingenuity, and the creativity. And some of them started during the pandemic. As Consul General, but so far, you've been in public service for so long already, but how has the pandemic changed governance?
Well, that's a lot to unpack there. But first, you talked about some of the Filipino nationals who have made a name for themselves here. You're right. There's I think 3 weeks ago, we were invited to the show of one of the biggest designers, Filipino designers here in Dubai, based here in Dubai. But he's a pretty big name, not just in the region, but getting well known as well globally. So it's really just incredible to be here. As to, of course, so there were many challenges for sure during the pandemic, and for our part, we just continued to actually provide the services. There was only about I think less than a month that we were sort of close to the public, but even that we provided emergency services. And then after that, Dubai, particularly Dubai, they opened their economy quite soon after that initial lockdown. And of course, there were challenges for workers, Filipino workers. Some of them lost their jobs, but early this year, we've heard that many of them have come back and have been asked to go back to their jobs that So, and many also actually thrived even during the pandemic. I don't know if we're talking about the same restaurant, but there's one Filipino-owned restaurant. They started with one restaurant, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, and now they have maybe as many as 10 branches all over the country. So that's a big success. And that's something, you know, we would obviously makes us proud. You know, us, you know, would like to think that we've been able to help them. But obviously, these are, you know, just really hardworking people doing their best to thrive in this environment. And of course, Dubai is, I think, one of the countries or places that where they can really thrive and make, you know, have success in whatever field they're in whether it's in fashion design or in the restaurant business. So we are just, you know, happy and proud for these kabayans.
Marami din po kaming nabalitaan na mga kababayan natin na umuwi sa Pilipinas, nawalan ng trabaho, at yung iba po ay hindi na nakapalit. Pero dito po ba, nakikita niyo po ba yung trend na marami nang maalis ulit o marami din yung nagbabalikan? And how, you know, what is the consulate doing po to somehow assist them?
That's true. There were quite a number of Filipinos who lost their jobs. But if you look at the ratio of those who remained and were able to hold on to their jobs even during the pandemic, it's a very small number who were, you know, unfortunately lost their jobs. And like what I said earlier, there's one employer. It's a big company here, corporation, and they employ, you know, at least maybe 1,000 or 2,000 Filipinos. And during the pandemic, especially during the most difficult part, the first wave, they had to let go of maybe 500, 700. And early this year, they've been rehired. So it's really a good sign especially for those Filipinos who have come to Dubai and you know, found, you know, good jobs here. And many are able to get back to their old jobs or maybe even find a better job since the pandemic. We had the expo late last year. From then on, it's as you can see, perhaps when you go to the streets, there's a lot of economic activity going on, and of course, for many of these companies, they rely on Filipinos as you know, to run their offices, whatever, to run shops, to provide all kinds of services. So there's, I think it's safe to say that as far as the jobs for Filipinos are concerned, there's like many who are, you know, able or to actually be employed again.
What's amazing po, sir, is that in the Philippines, we're starting to take off our masks. A lot of us are also vaccinated. We're starting to go into that route. But as soon as you land here in Dubai, you know, everybody's unmasked. So somehow it's quite refreshing, you know, it's quite invigorating also, you know, to do business. And you see that everyone's open for business, ready to go with, you know, the day-to-day. But are there cases where you still monitor that increase of COVID-19 cases? And as far as the Filipino community, are there also some you know, assistance that's being provided to them in case they have those?
Yeah, well, you're right. The UAE, one of the first few countries which reopened their economies much sooner than compared to other countries, including the Philippines. They do still have some of the measures in place, but most of for example, like wearing of masks, this actually happened, being optional or not mandatory only last month. But before that, people, you know, they're, you know, I mean, quite lax. If you're outdoors, you know, it's okay to
still
remove.
optional.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
can,
yeah. But now it's you hardly see anyone because people are
and we noticed parang kami lang yung
That's
nakamask.
true. That's true. That's true. Because people are confident that the host government has actually done quite a good job in terms of handling the pandemic. Their strategy was to mitigate the effects, so not to totally shut down the economy or business or schools. But so it's more really just really fast action because, for example, maybe during the height of the Omicron cases, they did make they make adjustments from time to time, and for the last I don't know 3-4 months, the cases are really stable. I mean, and small number compared to before. The government, their campaign was for people to become, or the nationals here, whether they're residents or locals, to be more responsible. And people, for a large part, including the Filipinos, of course, were very responsible when it comes to wearing masks, social distancing. But now, through everyone's cooperation, I mean, we're almost, it's almost like the pandemic is behind us. A large part of that has to do with the vaccination. They had this country had the fastest rollout. I mean, as early last year, they had almost like 95%, and now it's 99+% vaccination
So
rate.
it's the same in the Philippines where they have you get 2 shots.
Yes. Yeah, they had 2 shots plus booster, and it's ongoing the campaign. But now it's, if you're tourists, they don't actually require you to be vaccinated, so they're quite
You get
you don't, there's no testing required either if you're positive or negative, so they're very how shall we put it, quite open, because they're quite confident of the infrastructure they have when it comes to dealing with this with the pandemic.
With this development, are you expecting more businesses to open? Because with, for example, with the Filipino community, one of the entrepreneurs that we are interviewed, their thought of putting up businesses is there because they saw, of course, the opportunity for Filipino businessmen to open up here in Dubai. Is it, and then I asked them, is it easy or is it affordable doing business in Dubai? And then, of course, the answer is no. It's quite expensive. But here are Filipinos who are very excited po, diba, to set up their own. They pursue their passion.
Yes.
So, how easy nga po ba, di ba, dun sa Pilipinas, when you talk of yun, yung ginawa natin, yung ease of doing business, di ba? We even had to create a law, somehow to streamline the many operations from, let's say, 100 down to specific, just a number. But here, how do you find the government, the UAE, in terms of supporting foreigners in setting up their business?
One of the strategies of this government, particularly Dubai, has been actually to attract foreign investments. That's how Dubai was built, basically, with all these, whether big or small companies, they're here. As to how easy or difficult, I think they have, there's so much, the host government is so much into digitizing and everything. They're making a lot of innovations when it comes to providing services, including setting up of businesses. And I think last year or early this year, there's this change in their law that for some businesses, they can be owned by a foreigner 100%. It can be owned 100% by a foreigner. But I think for a lot of businesses, there are still some business activities where you need majority ownership by a local. But for a lot now. This is rather new development. So obviously, not just Filipinos, but everyone, all other foreigners would welcome this and find this, another opportunity to, for example, if they're really keen on setting up business. I actually was just talking to one such Filipino investor. It's perhaps not that cheap because Dubai, it's quite competitive market. So an office space or a restaurant space would cost you money, but it depends, of course, on the location or whatever. But it's, I guess, if one is really keen on setting up a business, whether if they can start small or whatever, I'm sure they'll know that, as they have seen, and some have already become a success.
Open for Business is back, and with me is an icon that needs no introduction, Mr. Michael Cinco. How are you, Michael?
Hello, I'm very good.
You recently was awarded with a Goosey Peace Prize. How does it feel to be among the dignitaries lining up with them and being awarded with that such prestigious award?
I am super honored and humbled, to be with the distinguished laureates from all over the world. I think it's a great honor for me, and I was the only Filipino awarded by the Goosey Peace Prize, so I'm very happy.
There are other notable dignitaries, and there was that Goosey Peace Prize is something that is given to not only Filipinos but other nationalities all over the world.
Actually, they also give the award to one of the biggest companies in Italy. Form Italia, the owner is David Averi. He was one of the recipients also. And I was shocked to see him there. And also the mayor of Lithuania, which is, I think he's going to run for president next year. So he was also one of the recipients of the award.
Here in the Philippines, Michael, also in Dubai, because when we when the Open for Business team is there, when we were introducing people, customers, people really love brands. People love fashion,
things,
and people want to be identified with specific brands. And for us Filipinos, here we are looking for the Michael Cinco brand. How do you feel that the name, the brand Michael Cinco is now associated with international brands and Hollywood stars, big stars, celebrities, those in the high society, like my friend Pat P, is now looking for the brand Michael Cinco being elevated into high fashion?
Yeah, of course, I worked hard for it. It's not easy. I struggled a lot, and I sacrificed, and I'm just very happy that I maintained my brand to be relevant in the present situation.
There are two follow-up questions, Michael, on that. The first one, you said about hardships and struggles. There's a lot of businesses, there's a lot of entrepreneurs also who are watching Open for Business. What are those hardships and struggles that you went through before you became the Michael Cinco that we know?
Of course, because I established my brand in Dubai, so it's very hard to make a name in a foreign country. And also, I struggled a lot when it comes to business, because I have to build and I have to look for investors. to to support my brand. So especially during the pandemic, we struggled a lot also because fashion is one of the businesses that has been affected by the pandemic because it needs a lot of spending. People shop, and then those time it's not one of the priorities, especially even now when the pandemic is not just over, but it's a little bit, we're okay, the world is fine, but still it's not the priorities.
You also mentioned about the pandemic. A lot of course, tama po kayo. Sinabi nyo talagang fashion ang apektado sobra, lalo na pati yung sa retail industry. Pero yung iba po nating mga negosyante na nakakausap, they pivoted immediately. Some of them went online, some of them went to deliveries. Kayo po ba bilang entrepreneur, bilang businessman, ano po ang ginawa ninyo nung pandemic? I'm sure because of you have investors also, and you said you wanted to stay relevant. Ano po ang ginawa ninyo? Was there some sort of rethinking also on the business model?
Well, during the pandemic, of course, I did a lot of PPEs for all the government and hospitals in Dubai, which is good in my business because they supported me. The government supported me, and I'm very lucky because in Dubai we are one of the cities that has opened immediately. We're in lockdown for just 3 months. All the restrictions were lifted after 3 months, so there were already parties and wedding events. So at this time, the business is doing well, but it's not the same as before the pandemic.
Ano po, Michael, yung nakita naman din nyo na pag-change ng consumer behavior after the pandemic? Because, di ba, there were different trends before the pandemic, di ba? But during the pandemic, a lot of people wanted to come up with, be safe, the priority would be the health and safety protocols. And then here comes when the economies, different economies opened, like Israel, and then here is Dubai. As a matter of fact, when we went there, no masking na. Nagulat kami, parang pag nagmamask ka doon,
all restrictions are lifted.
Yes. Pag nagmamask ka doon, ikaw pa ang pagtitinginan.
Yeah, that's true.
So, my question there is, ano yung observation ninyo pagdating sa customer behavior? Kasi ang napapansin namin, parang wow, people want, lavish lifestyles, lavish designs, more colorful, bolder, the bigger, the better. Is that the trend that you're also initiating?
Actually, the trend now in Dubai is changing. Before, they want something like expensive dresses, but because of the pandemic, they're trying to tone down. And the prices also are trying to be low, below the average that we usually price with our custom-made clients. But I think the best thing is realize that there are so many things that you have to do aside from fashion. Like you have to, make some other businesses that are more affordable to the clients. Right now, I'm making the ready-to-wear collection, so the clients can afford more of the clothes that I do.
Wow, that's interesting. So, can you somehow discuss about price ranges? I know when people think Michael Cinco, it's huge dollars, but when you say you are now coming up with a collection that's more affordable to, especially for Filipinos, how affordable? What are the price ranges?
Because before the pandemic, the women, they spend so much money for a certain dress. They spend like hundreds of thousands of dollars and euros just for a simple wedding dress. But now, because everything has changed, and we have to also, the economy is in recession, not only in Dubai but all over the world. But we're all affected, so we have to also go with the flow. And the best thing is we launch now our pret-a-porter line, which is more affordable to consumers, and we're selling it online also.
I'd like to go back to what you said, Michael, earlier, that you set up your business in Dubai. That is somehow mind-blowing because you did that first in a foreign country and not here in the Philippines. How easy is it setting up a business in Dubai? I know that in the Philippines talagang isinasabatas pa yung ease of doing business, but here is a Michael Cinco creating or doing establishing his business in Dubai, and based on what we also learned, it's not cheap. Getting a space or renting a space or hiring people there would be somehow expensive. How did you manage it? Why did you open in Dubai and not in the Philippines?
Dubai is a vibrant city, of course. First is there is so much potential in the market. Women, they spend so much money in fashion. And also, when I was new, I did a lot of sacrifices. You just have to prove to yourself that you are very good in what you do. Because in the beginning, there was also like a kind of racial discrimination. Because women, they don't trust the Filipino designers at the time. Like when I was new in 1997, they don't treat Filipino designers as designers, they treat them as tailors. So you just have to show not only to the consumers and to the customers, but to the whole Dubai that you can do it and you create beautiful things, and that's the time they will appreciate your work. The leader of Dubai, he has a strong vision. He wants to be the best in everything. He wants to build the biggest, the tallest, the highest. So you are motivated.
No?
Yeah, you are motivated to do the same, and at the same time, the government supports your business. Yeah, whatever your nationality, they will support you.
Working and doing in business in Dubai, I see it's a friendly place and society is open and tolerant. And I think this is the main value that the prevailing value here in Dubai, tolerance and respect.
It's good na nandito kayo kasi with your help, you can tell people that there are a growing number of Filipinos who are building their businesses.
Fashion is supposed to be borderless. You don't appreciate the work of a person because of his nationality.
Sabi nila, dito wala kang tapon. From puto kutsinta hanggang dulo, ikaw na yung mag-struggle mamili ngayon kung saan yung babalikan mo.
An exciting year ahead of us as we begin 2023 with great strides. And we continue to celebrate the greatness of Filipinos who carved out names for themselves on the global stage. In this episode, let's also wonder about the City of Wonders, Dubai. The Museum of the Future is now one of Dubai's most famous landmarks, and its striking exterior is in Arabic calligraphy, and the words are from the ruler of Dubai, and one of the writings there says, "The future belongs to those who can imagine it, design it, and execute it. It is not something that you await, but create." Open Open for Business is back, and we are here in Dubai, and with me is the executive chef of Febi's restaurant, Miss Febi Bagisa. How are you, Miss Febi?
I'm very good po.
We were discussing a while ago of the years that you have been working here, and you said you started 2008.
2008 po.
2008.
Yes.
How was your experience working here in Dubai for 13 or 14 years?
It was very good po. I started working in retail. I became a marketing executive later on. Then I became an account executive for advertising. Then I jumped into F&B, where I become an office manager / hygiene manager. And together with my passion, which is cooking, dun ko naisip na I can put up a restaurant pala.
So, ang dami mo rin palang daanan. Kasi
Yes.
if you're account executive, you're dealing with clients,
Yes.
you're dealing with sales, you're dealing
Yes
with
po.
numbers, and there's a lot of customer service.
Yes.
So, in your dealings with the people here in Dubai, who were your clients? Are they also Filipinos? Are they
Different
Yeah.
nationalities po talaga. Yeah.
So how do you describe the customers in Dubai? Alam ko, pinag-uusapan namin, galing kami sa Dubai Mall kasi puro branded, di ba? Parang
Yes, they
alala-
love shopping.
They love shopping here. They love signature brands.
Yeah.
Can you describe the typical Dubai customer? Based on your experience, how do you describe them?
Brands matter to them talaga. They bling people, all the high ends you'll find it here. And sa atin, kumbaga, hindi lahat pupunta dito. Parang it's just very normal for them to come and shop. Ganun lang po. Yes.
Really?
Very fashionable yung mga tao dito.
Why is that so, Chef? Is it because kasi we see that it's a melting pot of cultures, and parang this is really one of the world's most important hubs in terms of commerce and industry. Bakit kaya? Is it where is that influence coming from?
Mainly po kasi nga, since iba-iba na yung pumupunta, yung cultures na adapt ng mga locals. So, pag makita nila how, Europeans, Americans, Chinese people, lahat po talaga kasi dito eh. So, talagang na-adapt na nila yung sa pananamit. So, yun po, hanggang kaya mabilis yung progress dito. Very progressive ang Dubai talagang. Ang bilis ng adaptation from the time that I came here. Dati walang metro, ngayon talagang very na. So, from lalo na sa technologies, lalo na po sa shopping, this is really a shopping destination. So, can you imagine? Anong wala dito? Lahat makikita mo sa mall.
Are people moneyed here? Where is the money coming from? I know that, siyempre, some of the multinationals have established their businesses here.
Yes.
Do people here in Dubai have lots of money, and where are they putting them? Meaning, in different countries, there are various industries where they're good at. Dito ba sa Dubai, ganun din ba? O parang sa larangan ng ekonomiya, dito lang talaga nila nilalagay din yung pera nila? Sa palagay mo, based on your account management
Sa
experience?
akin naman po talaga, napakarami po yung pumupunta dito para mag-business talaga. Napakarami, even Filipinos, napakarami pong entrepreneurs na dito. So, ibang lahi talaga pong nagpuput up sila ng businesses dito. Kasi nga, everyday yung footfall na dumadating dito sa Dubai. Can you imagine gaano karaming tourists? So, retail is one of the successful business dito sa UAE. So, tas yan, mga restaurants, of course, kasi when they shop, they eat.
We know that you have a restaurant, and not all Filipinos naman are able to establish their own businesses in different parts of the world. So somehow, although you're saying that there's a lot of entrepreneurs, diba? But putting up or doing business in Dubai? How easy or how hard is it? I just have to make a backgrounder ha. Kasi di ba dun sa Pilipinas, kailangan pang isa batas yung making business easy in the Philippines. Parang doing it easier. And kailangan pang isa batas yun. And you know, when you have that law, you know, from the many processes, they have to create a law to ensure na kailangan yung number of steps from, let's say, from 100 dati, yun, kumbaga parang paliit na ng paliit. Here in Dubai, what are the steps in doing business? And is it easy putting up one as well?
Number one, naniniwala po ako, walang madaling bagay. Talagang everything you really have to do it the hard way. Talaga pong mahirap, napakahirap pa, maraming proseso, marami kang talagang kailangan, especially food is very complex. You have the food authority, there are different sectors here na para makapag-operate ka, you really have to comply. So it's really not easy. Pero yun po talagang gusto ko yung po yung sa akin, nag-push na masakatuparan ko po ito. Kasi gusto kong makapagbigay talaga sa mga Pilipino ng decenteng kainan na talaga pong masasabi nilang may Pinoy pride, may authenticity. Hindi po yung, the problem po kasi is, okay, you have passion, pero you really have to study before you put up a business. Para there's no point na you will fail. So, talaga pong pinag-aralan ko siya. I really try to meet with all the consultants kasi every figure matters. Para wala po akong point doon na ma-neglect. Tapos, yun yung magkaroon ka ng small hole para bumagsak ka. So, yun po yung talagang ginawa ko. Talaga pong 12 years in the making ito.
Sabi mo mahirap, parang in a short discussion.
Kailangan, for small businesses po, for small restaurants, you should at least have 500,000 dirham to put up.
Wow. So talagang you have that much capital.
With me, no. I have the talent but I don't have that much money. Ang ginawa ko po dito, slowly and surely lang. Nag-start kami, this is really empty. Tapos ito lang po yung binuksan ko. So ang ginagawa ko po, every time na kumikita, that's the time I try to fix the restaurant. Kasi of course, madami po mag-offer sa'yo because I really have the traction already, no? Pero kasi, this becomes my baby. Pangarap mo to di ba? You don't want anyone na parang ikaw yung naghirap tapos suddenly, na tayo, 50-50 na, no? Ang hirap po niyang ilagay into words, pero hindi mo siya basta ile-let go. Mas maganda po na paghirapan. Yun po yung ginawa ko, slowly but surely, pag nakikita ko every week, papagawa ko yung kabila, lahat nakikita ko na naman, bibili ako ng kailangan. So, nakapag-stand alone po kami dito, tapos yung some of my friends, sila lang po yung tumulong sa akin. Kasi sabi nila, what are you waiting for? Sobrang talagang sarap mo magluto. Pero ayaw mo magkaroon ng restaurant. Sabi niya, no, you have to do it now or never. Sabi niya, parang, we will give you the money, bayaran mo kami just with the profit, pero hindi sila nag-shared equity. Talagang para ka lang pinaloan.
Wow.
So,
sometimes parang they're the true friends talaga, no?
Not everyone will be like that po talaga. So, I'm very lucky to have friends na nag-support po talaga sa akin dito to make this possible.
So, assuming you
And my mom, actually my mom is the number one po talaga. Kasi yes, OFW po siya, nasa Italy din. So, ang sabi ko lang sa kanya, you help me chase my dreams kasi nanay kita walang unang magtitiwala kundi ikaw. Pagka pinagkatiwalaan mo ako and you believe in me, everything will follow. Tapos sabi niya, of course, I really believe in your talent. You have to do it, push, go. Tapos yun, monthly po kung ano yung naiipon namin, tinda, tapos siya doon, every month po siyang tumulong. Hanggang sa halos patapos naman na po kami dito.
Wow. Magsisimula pa lang tayo, parang ako na maiiyak nito, ha? Okay, Miss Chef, in the Philippines, di ba, there are foreign restrictions in terms of ownership. Paano ba dito? Parang like, say, in your case, parang
Trade license po. You'll apply for trade license. Then sa'yo po ito, you have to renew it every year.
so
Ganun
it's
po.
as easy as that. Parang you don't have to, parang in business, you don't have to, you can own it wholly.
Before po, you should have local partners. Pero tinanggal na po nila yun to make it easier
When
for...
po?
I think that was, if I'm not mistaken, 2 years ago.
Wow.
Mga ganyan po.
So
Tinanggal na.
they opened
Yes.
up talaga. Oo,
At
na
saka
parang
ang
anyone or
Dubai
any
po
nationality.
ang UAE po talaga actually is very helpful when it comes sa mga investors. Talagang syempre they want everything to be possible here. So slowly dinedevelop nila lahat ang rules, ang procedures, ang process. They try to make it easy also. And much affordable para sa mga newbie na gusto talaga makapag-start up dito ng business.
Now, let's talk about home. So, siyempre, you are a Filipina, you love Filipino food, you have that passion of cooking, creating something. But why did you focus on the Filipino cuisine?
Ang concept ko po talaga dito is yung madala ko talaga yung lutong bahay. Yung tipong pag kumain ka dito, mamimiss mo yung mami mo, mamimiss mo yung luto ng lola mo. Yung walang drama, yung may authenticity na ito talaga, ay ganito talaga yung pagkain pag umuwi ka, nagbakasyon ka sa Pinas. Yun po yung pagkakaiba kasi ang gusto ko po kasi dito, kasi since OFW kami, no, lahat dito sa Dubai. So, ang dami mong pagkain na namimiss. Di ba? At di naman po lahat makakauwi yearly.
Yes.
So, ang naisip ko po talaga is, bakit hindi ko sila lutuan ng yung talagang typical na luto ng isang ina. Since I'm a mother of 3 po, kung ano po talaga yung niluluto ko sa bahay, walang drama, walang dagdag, walang masyadong yun po yung nilagay ko lang siya sa palayok. Pero yung makakatingin ka ng happiness, ng comfort sa pagkain.
Wow.
Yun po yung mahalaga kasi sa sobrang pagod na ng mga tao na magtrabaho, you need comfort food. Yun po yung importante na meron kang alam na kakainan na ay hindi to Instagrammable lang. Pero mararamdaman mo yung umuwi ka ng Pinas.
And that's harder to do, ha? Oo.
Yes, actually po, kaya po hands-on talaga ako kasi ako po talagang lahat ng since we're just starting up, gusto ko po talaga kasi nagluluto na po ako dati, no, take away orders lang. So, yun yung gusto ko na ma-maintain na talagang kung ano yung nakasanayan na nila, hindi na bago. Kung nagbabago man po, mas sumasarap.
But Chef Feli, the Philippines, di ba, is archipelagic. So, I'm sure there's a lot of Filipinos here coming from Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao. Ano yun? Inaral mo yung iba-ibang mga cuisines. I know that, based on some research, you're from Batangas, di
Yes
ba?
po.
Pero, paano yun? Kunyari, ako Bisaya ako,
Opo.
kaya taga Mindanao ako, Lanao ako.
Siguro yun po yung binigay talaga sa aking God-given talent. Na kapag natikman ko po yung pagkain nila, pag nagagawa ko po siyang ulitin on my own.
Really?
May ganun po ako. Na kapag natikman ko, I cook hansi, humba, yung mga ganun po. So, it doesn't matter kasi naman talaga, dapat maging diverse ka.
Mm-mm.
So, lahat po, mga Kapampangan food, Ilocano, mga igado, ganyan, nagluluto po kami.
So, the Filipino community can come here and they can request.
Yes.
Kunyari yung ganito namin.
Yes
Ito yung specialty.
po, yes.
Di ba lalo na ang Pinoy, gusto natin lagi sa salo-salo, may birthdays,
Totoo
may
po.
handaan, kasalan.
Yun po yung dinadayo nila sa akin dito. Kasi sabi nila, ito lang yung nakainan namin na, example, weekends po, buffet. Some of the buffet po kasi parang ang dami-dami pero ay hindi naman lahat masarap.
Yes.
Sabi nila, dito wala kang tapon. From puto kutsinta hanggang dulo, ikaw na yung mag-struggle mamili ngayon kung saan yung babalikan mo. Even the simpleng pansit is masarap. Iba po yung pakiramdam pag sinasabi nilang, ang sarap-sarap mo magluto. Ano po siya? Rewarding. Oo po talaga. Rewarding talaga yung mga tao dito. Yung tipong bago sila umuwi, hahanapin pa nila ako kasi magte-thank you lang kasi ang sarap na galing pa sila sa ibang state dito. Kasi meron iba-iba po dito.
Yeah.
Diba, UAE, Fujairah. Even from Fujairah, people are coming here just to taste the food. Tapos
and
talaga,
that's far na. Talagang they
too far po.
I see. Interesting.
So, talaga pong sabi nila, hindi sila nagkamali na talagang pumunta pa dito para matikman yung pagkain.
With the administration's focus on inviting investors, actually, our president is the #1 salesman now. He go everywhere he goes. He, as you mentioned, he just came from Cambodia, Thailand, and I think he's going to Europe also. And he's been promoting the Philippines to investors. Are you also expecting the president to eventually visit here? And if not, or if there are opportunities in the future, what could be the competitive advantage of Filipinos that he may promote here in UAE?
Early this year, we signed the agreement on promotion and protection of investments, the UAE and the Philippines. So that's one significant development as far as, we think that this, of course, would help in UAE investors coming to the Philippines and set up businesses. So another thing is that there's one particular area that the UAE is very keen on, and that's food security. And that's something our country can help them with, right? Whether it's food production or fresh cultivation of crops. So that's one thing they can explore, but also the IT. That's one sector that they can consider, and I'm sure they're already looking at, as well as tourism as well. And as to whether, of course, we would love if the president could visit. I'm sure the president of this country and would also love to see that happen.
Yes, there are correspondents po who can cover. So anytime po you need us to cover anything here in Dubai, we have a lot of correspondents here stationed here. Maraming nabalita sa kahirapan ng pagkuha ng OAC ng mga Pilipinong gustong magbakasyon sa Pilipinas. For the benefit of our expat viewers who are watching this or may have or relatives who have relatives, is there an improvement in that situation now? Would you tell us briefly about it?
Earlier this year, for about maybe a month or maybe 2 months, there was a big surge of Filipinos working here who are trying to get that OEC so they could go for a vacation and then come back here without any problem. But that has been resolved now. That was the case for about 2 months, but we did try. We have introduced measures. It's the Philippine Overseas Labor Office who is actually handling this, but we work together, and we try to manage that situation as fast as we could, and now it's it's back to normal. It's not that difficult anymore. I think they have started using online application submission of requirements online, so they don't have to queue just to avail of that service. So now it's a lot easier, thanks to, of course, cooperation of the government agents here, the Philippine government agencies here, and also the host government. So that's been resolved now. I think most of the Filipinos who you would encounter now here in Dubai could attest to that.
And that's great news po. Sir, ano po yung mensahe ninyo sa media, halimbawa sa Net25, na ang hangarin po ay pumunta sa Dubai, magbigay ng kaligayahan din sa mga kapwa Pilipino para makapagbigay din kami ng kakarampot na kasayahan dahil alam po namin na not all Filipinos can have that luxury to go back to their homes, but it is Net 25 that brings entertainment, the love and the caring. That's why the theme, sir, is Let's Net Together, because we want families also to enjoy and have fun and they have that spirit of family. So ano po yung mga mensahe ninyo sa Net 25 at sa iba pang mga communities po na tumutulong din para magbigay ng kaligayahan po sa ating mga kababayan sa Dubai?
We're very glad that Net 25 has brought these stars to Dubai. I'm sure a lot of, like you said, a lot of Filipinos are hungry to see live entertainment. Ma-experience nila yung masayang buhay. I'm confident that you'll have a great show.
We're very happy that Net25 is nag-reach out kayo because importante yun, no? Kasi dapat palakasin natin dito ang mga movies na kung ano mang ilalabas ninyo. Kasi kami ng mga organization, grupo dito sa Dubai, gumagawa kami ng mga activities, cultural, social, entertainment, concert para sa mga kabayan. Kasi alam naman natin, nasisik ka, na homesick, no? Tapos pag may off, gustong mag-enjoy. So hindi katulad sa atin sa Pilipinas na talagang parating always TV tayo at radio, no? Meron naman dito but hindi ganun kalakas, no? So we are grateful na nag-reach out kayo, and then we're hoping through your palabas, no, sa Net25 is like you will strengthen at mapa-enjoy nyo din ang mga kabayan natin dito sa UAE.
Marami kaming mga members na talaga naghahanap ng something na hindi masasayang ang oras. Kaya we are trying to reach out everyone, not only in Dubai, we have in Northern Emirates. And of course, dahil sa sobrang support din ng ating representatives ng government.
What I like about what you're doing right now kasi is, ito yung palagi sinasabi dahil ako personally, I have a podcast that teaches about financial literacy and entrepreneurship for overseas Filipinos. And this is something that I think is lacking is awareness. And it's good na nandito kayo kasi with your help, you can promote entrepreneurship. Na you can tell people that there are a growing number of Filipinos who are building their businesses.
The Philippine Consulate General here in Dubai are here to support you, and if you need any help, we have our Facebook page, of course, and all our numbers are there. Feel free to contact us by WhatsApp or email. So, and yun na nga, alam ko na ginagawa niyo naman yung maganda para sa sarili nyo, sa pamilya nyo, at para sa bansa natin. So, just keep it up, and sana maging masaya at maayos ang pagtatrabaho natin lahat dito sa Dubai at sa UAE.
At the horizon, here at the Kite Beach, is the Burj Al Arab. It is a stunning world-famous landmark and considered to be one of the most photographed areas here in Dubai. Open for Business is here, the Business Bay in Dubai. And with me is Art Eustaquio, the managing partner of Accountability. How are you, Art?
I'm very good, thank you. How are you?
Thank you for accommodating us here.
More than welcome. Very happy to have you here.
Yes, that's great. And we are very excited because with our stay here in Dubai, talking with a lot of businessmen. We've noticed that there's a lot of Filipino leaders, the Filipino community are setting up their own businesses. We have different personalities who made it already, but with my discussion with the Consul General, there's more and there's a lot of Filipinos. And it's good to know that your company helping set up businesses here in Dubai. So why that kind of business or why that expertise?
I saw that after coming in from the accounting and the finance area of my corporate life, I found that this is a need that people desperately needed when they are looking to set up their businesses. They were looking for a good economic solution for their accounting work and bookkeeping work, and I was very happy to provide it. So I simply saw the need, and I had the service that I could provide to fill and help us both.
Back in the Philippines, the business process outsourcing is really contributing a lot, because of our very young labor force, and I think there was a time that it was the saving grace of the economy as well. Is that also the reason why you are setting up, giving the help to these businesses so that their accounting, bookkeeping, is already handled by your team, or what advice or services are you offering them?
Part of our model is, yes, we outsource the back office accounting and bookkeeping work to different areas. So I have a large team in the Philippines that does the actual entries and posting everything, and a lot of the admin work is done there. I also have a team in Africa, and I also have a team in India that we can scale depending on the demand. But yes, it helps the people. We have people in the Philippines calling me, contacting me, saying, "Hey, I need some extra income." And when we have the opportunity, yes, sure, we give it as much as possible to help everyone. So it helps them because it's extra income, and us also, it's on our end, it's a cost-saving economic solution. That way, we are also able to provide something affordable to our clients here. So the benefit trickles to the client.
Knowing Dubai, understanding it, it's really one of the most progressive, iconic cities in the world. And in terms of business, commerce, this is one of the centers where people, talk about. And here you are, you have your business here. How did you start it? I'm sure you've been here in Dubai, working here in Dubai for years. Can you describe your journey, Art?
Yes, certainly. So I've been here for about 12 years now. But I started in Zamboanga. There was an opportunity for me to work with Balikatan. Back when was that? Too long ago.
Balikatan is the exercise with the US and the Philippines. Okay.
Yeah. My company was a US company. I got hired in the business office, and I worked for about 5 years, I think, there. And then my boss, who was an American, he got assigned to Iraq. So when he relocated, he contacted me, "Hey, I need a good person in the finance team. Are you interested to come over?" So I saw the opportunity. I thought it would open up more doors, so I took it. So I worked actually in 1 year in Iraq during the war.
Really? Really?
Yeah, so that was an interesting
Not on the
experience.
fighting or the field, but it's...
In the base, but it still got exciting sometimes, with incidents. But our head office was based here in Dubai. So after 1 year, I got tired of the excitement. Again, there was an opportunity. They said, "Are you willing to come and work in the corporate?" I said, "Sure." So I came over, and that's where I ended up. That's how I ended up moving to Dubai.
That's interesting because with Balikatan, you talk about strategy, and here you're also talking about business strategy. What were maybe the key takeaways from the Balikatan exercises, and maybe from the US partners, that you think were very relevant to what you're doing now?
Well, I think that one of the things that I really learned working with the Americans there, because a lot of them have been working in many different parts of the world, right? Working with many different cultures, and the demands of the different projects that they engage in are varying and wide. They told me, and I could see it firsthand when I moved to Dubai and I came here, that basically everybody needs and are looking for the same thing. They all want the same thing.
And what's that?
Stability, to be able to provide for their family, to grow and prosper, to be safe. We don't want to worry about instability.
Yes. And a lot of businesses, they want that consistency
Yes.
and stability.
Exactly.
You also cater to the different countries, different nationalities. So, in terms of setting up businesses here in Dubai, what are the key differentiation? What are the challenges, and how are you advising, giving consultancy to these businesses who will set up? I know that I'm sure there's different rules for different countries, but who are your target markets? Are you focusing on specific countries and nationalities, or everybody who wants to just set up their business here, you are the company to go?
We do not target anyone in particular. What we look for is somebody who needs help in setting up their business, or to get their business that has already been set up growing.
So pwedeng yung tutulungan nyo yung from zero. Kunyari, parang sasabihin lang niya, I have money, I have this X amount, I want to establish business there. Yun, pwedeng from zero.
We can, yes.
Okay.
From zero we do. We can help them out. And other companies that have been operating for a year or two, and they say, hey, my books are in a mess, please fix, or we're looking to expand. We need help in preparing our financials to make a pitch to potential investors, or to secure loans with the banks. We can help with the pitch as well. We can help approach banking facilities to help them at least guide in how they make their presentations, and all sorts of ways. But most of our clients are really the startups.
Back in the Philippines, talagang sinasabi natin about 99.5%, more than 99% are SMEs, MSMEs. So dito ba, especially those in Dubai, because I've spoken with a lot of leaders of the Filipino community as well, aside from the global icons, Filipino fashion designers that we know, there's a wealth daw of Filipino entrepreneurs also who are putting up businesses. Are they your market? And my follow-up question there is, kunyari from zero, can you give me a walkthrough of the process? I know there's maybe a lot of processes, but give me the short version of the process.
I meet a lot of Filipinos who are business-minded, entrepreneurial-minded. They do come to us, and we try to approach them to see how we can help. The thing is, most of them, they're proactive. So by the time they talk to me, they already have something going. Yes,
okay.
But what we do is we have groups and communities that get together to see how we can help each other, like if they need advice, or they need to get connected with certain people. We do this. We help each other in that way. Of course, I do have clients, Filipino clients, who ask for our services, and we're very happy to provide it as well. But in general, this is how the Filipino community, we try to support each other.
In the Philippines, we have this ease of doing business, di ba? So dito ba sa Dubai, madali lang mag-set up ng business din?
I would say, in general, yes. Of course, like in any jurisdiction, there are going to be a few challenges. But in general, there are many, the government services are available and very accessible. Aside from the offices, they have different kiosks all over the city that you can go and approach. You get the services that you need done. There are many professionals like myself and my wife's company that provide directly these type of services to startups that make the journey easier. So I would say yes, even if you do have a challenge, there are people here who can help.
In any iconic or progressive city, diba, parang we always talk about the cost of living, diba? So like, if the cost of living is high, the cost of doing business is also high. How do you describe the cost of living here?
It can get expensive. Real estate, right now the demand is going up, so rates are going up. I think that if you play it smart, you can find solutions that will help you.
For some, when they play smart, especially for the millennials with us, they collab. So, ganun ba? Parang when you say collaboration, is that also a way of, how do you describe playing smart?
Possibly collaboration is an option, but things like finding ways to keep your capital requirements down. You don't need to set up a viable business. In order to set up a viable business, it doesn't have to be capital intensive. You don't need to buy equipment,
or office, ganyan.
Offices. So you can start up by perhaps renting a co-working space for, you know, if you're just providing services, or if you're moving products, then you can start by taking a co-sharing space to keep your overhead down, and then outsource a logistics provider to handle the movement and storage of your goods. Things like that. Go into services, because that obviously has a lower capital requirement. Yeah, there's always an option.
And that is what you guys are paying for when you get his services. So how to lower down the cost. Now, we know also that the culture here is different. So what is your advice to startups, businesses, or other foreign nationals? What is that culture of the UAE or Dubai that must be considered in doing business here?
Working and doing business in Dubai and living in Dubai, I see it's a friendly place and society is open and tolerant. And I think this is the main value, that the prevailing value here in Dubai: tolerance and respect. Because yes, we have differences between cultures and between different individuals. Obviously, we will have differences, but tolerance and respect is the main thing. So even if you have, like in our office, we have Christians, Muslims, Hindus, we all respect each other, we all work well with each other, as long as we recognize that, yes, we have differences, and I respect you for it. That's it. With regards to doing business, people, I think this is like, because every time you get together with a group of people socially or in a business meeting, most likely, chances 99% of the time, it's multicultural. So you will get used to being very direct with how you conduct business, going straight to the point, and sometimes you'll have surprises that you don't expect with how other people see things. But I find these like, it's not so much negative. It's more of a learning experience. It opens your eyes, it opens your horizons, it widens your experience. So I think it's a good thing.
What is it, Michael, that you did that finally a Filipino like you was recognized as a designer and not a tailor? Was it a client, or was it something that you designed for a specific person, or was it a runway? Was it a show? I'm sure there's that point where eventually they say, wow.
I realized that fashion is supposed to be borderless. You know, you don't appreciate the work of a person because of his nationality. Because, in Dubai, their mind is when it's European made. So it's something like Filipinos also. When it's imported, we don't care to spend a lot of money for a certain dress. So I think you just have to prove that you create beautiful things, they will appreciate it, they will buy it, and that's the time you create also your own brand.
Wow, interesting. I just have to read this, Michael. It says, Most designers started from local ateliers, the ateliers. They dress up Arab women from GCC or the Gulf Cooperation Council and Levant, Lebanon, Jordan, and Syria, and wealthy Indians and Pakistanis. The dresses or gowns are lavish kinds, sparkling, shimmering, splendid. To compare, what is a wedding dress to most of us is a normal evening dress for many rich Arabs in bold colors, of course. Is this something that you also observe? And it also says here, that is why you'll find works outlandish, making a bold statement is a norm. What's your take on that?
The Arab culture is more on opulence. They love opulent things. They love expensive things. They love a lot of blings. So the more the bling, the more the expensive the dress.
Wow.
Yeah, so they love this kind of dresses. So it's part of their culture, not just the Arab, but I think also the Middle Eastern, the Arab region, and also the Indian. It's the same also. They like this kind of opulent dresses, which is good in our part because if they like more work in it, the more expensive the dress.
What are your sources of innovation? How do you adapt one specific design to a specific country or region?
Well, I travel a lot, and I get inspirations from most of my travels, and I get inspiration from different culture. So it depends on the client. Like I have so many Russian clients, and their culture also in Russia is very opulent. They love lavish and expensive dresses. And the Indian market also is one of the biggest markets that I have in Dubai. And they love also all this kind of, the most important thing in my brand is I specialize more on weddings. And they spend so much money to celebrate their wedding events. So sometimes they celebrate 5 days for the wedding, so they order a lot of dresses just for the wedding.
Have you felt that as well, wherein when you broke the market and in the different countries, and when you came back here in the Philippines, wow, you're now the Lea Salonga of fashion, like the one in Broadway.
It is actually very flattering, but I don't put it in as a perspective in my career because I just do what's best for the business. So maybe if I dress up some famous celebrities, of course, people will appreciate that and you become known for that. But I don't think that's very important. The most important is when you create business and help people. Like I have almost 150 staff. So I have to, to help their families. So I think that's the most important thing.
In doing your designs, Michael, we can see that there's a lot of research into it as well. There's a lot of creativity and thinking and ingenuity that you do, for every piece. What is somehow very Filipino there in every piece that you do? What is it that when people see it, they can somehow sense it's a Michael Cinco?
I think the details. When you create an intricate detail, a dress with an intricate and exquisite detail, that's the very Filipino because we are very meticulous when it comes to beadwork, embroideries. So I think that's the design aesthetic that I can be proud of being Filipino.
What is it that you want to do in the future? Are there, like say for example, you have already celebrities, under your wing, Hollywood stars. Is there someone or a group that you wanted to also have this brand association with?
At the moment, I'm just focusing on my ready-to-wear line. We want to introduce it globally. We're also going to launch our perfume and jewelry line by next year. So I want to focus on this. I dressed up a lot of celebrities already, and sometimes dressing up celebrities, it helps. Your sales will grow because some clients, they want to wear same like what Jennifer Lopez or Beyonce wore. So it also helps with your business. But if you want to focus on the business, I think it's better to do how to make the money than dressing up celebrities. But I'm very grateful that I dress up all those A-list Hollywood celebrities also.
What is your business strategy in growing the business? Is it more on finding the right partners, getting the good collaboration or collaborators with artists, with celebrities? What is your formula in business?
I think you just have to find your niche in the industry, in the market, what kind of design aesthetic that you want the client to buy with your clothes. So that's the most important, being a designer, I think, because the investors, they're just there to invest money on your business. But at the end of the day, you have to please the customers. One of the greatest achievements of a designer is when you create a look that everybody will know. So, like, if you see someone in the street and then you hear someone saying like, I love this dress, that's very Michael Cinco. I think that's one of the biggest achievements for a designer.
Wow.
When you create a look that everyone will remember.
Now, based on some research, Michael, we've also heard the rise and fall of designers. What are the pitfalls that you think fashion designers or entrepreneurs like you should avoid?
I think you just have to know your niche and your market. You have to know what kind of consumers and customers is your target. And in my line of business, I'm just very lucky because I know what the Arab women want. So, because they are my market, the Arab women and also the Russian clients, the Indian women. So, I know what they want. So, I think that's the most important, when you know what your customers want. And if you have big faith and confidence in God, you will be strong, and you don't worry about the pitfalls of the business. So you just have to continue believing, and your business will be stable and it will keep on growing.
A lot of people feel, especially the successful ones, that when they reached a certain level, that's already the peak, that's the pinnacle. In your case, is it lonely at the top? And how do you feel that you have reached the top of the world?
You know, when you come from a very humble beginning and you have great belief in God, I think you are satisfied and happy for what God has given to you. And I don't know how does it feel to be on the top, because I'm still climbing my way, going to the top.
Wow, that's a very humble statement by the icon, Mr. Michael Cinco. Open for Business will be back. Stay with us. Thank you. Thank you, Michael.
Alam mo, mahilig talaga ako sa antique. Ito yung parang ginagawa nila ngayon.
Lutuan ng coffee.
Is this also what they use here?
Yeah.
Hello? Hello, yes? Oh, yeah, it's here. Yeah, Mariel. Yeah, I'm just here in Alcif, yes. I'm with Adrian. Okay, bye. I'll see you there. Parang Aladdin style yung mga ganito. Make your coffee with this. Patay, baka bayaran ko to ha. Bigyan kong I believe this is lavender. If you want to make some lavender tea, Himalayan salt. This is probably turmeric. Dried lemon. Pero parang walang laman. And this one, I think...
You make the food tomorrow, this thing, and like
Parang
the
siyang
food.
for, like it's curry, no? Parang mixed na siya for curry. And this is menthol. May kalma siya. Parang wala akong naamoy.
I saw again my friend here, Samir.
My darling.
Hello,
My
say
love.
hi.
Hi girls, hi friends.
I met him 2 days ago when I first visited Alsif, and he was the one who was being a stylist and giving me tips on how to pick the good.
She's the master herself.
And this is his beautiful shop. That's where he sells the beautiful clothes.
Yeah, everything belongs to her because she stepped in the shop, it became all blessed. She is the one who is everything. So some words you can trust her, these words you can't trust because she is everything. She blessed my shop.
Wow.
She's
and
every-
you blessed my soul.
Yeah, she's a real darling. She's a real darling. My love, come again. You just
Come
take a
again.
trip. You want to take a trip? You want to come later?
Yes, I will roam around and probably I will go to your
I will see them.
shop again to buy some clothes.
Sweetheart, I'll see you later.
Yeah.
Take a look. She's a darling.
Bye,
Okay,
Suri.
bye.
And with that, our quote of the week is from the ruler of Dubai. He said, "The world waits for no one. Those who do not learn and evolve can stumble and often fall." As we begin our journey in 2023, may we continue to strive to improve ourselves and find new ways to reinvent our businesses and personal lives. Just like what we have witnessed in Dubai, the barren desert that was turned into a thriving, attractive destination to work, live, and visit. Find inspiration, create opportunities from challenges, and reinvent the wheel until we hit it right. For Open for Business, this is Cesar Vallejos. Marami pong salamat. We are now open for business. This is Cesar Vallejos bringing you yet another episode to guide you in discovering your passion and growing your business as we learn from experts in the field. Sama-sama na naman tayong matuto sa isang makabuluhang usapan tungo sa pagpapaunlad ng inyong negosyo. Ang Open for Business ay mapapanood nyo sa Facebook at YouTube. Siguraduhin na ring mag-like at mag-subscribe sa aming social media page at Net25 TV. Alamin natin, suriin mula sa mga negosyante, thought leaders at mga personalidad sa iba't ibang larangan ang mga strategies, trends at mahalagang karanasan sa pagninegosyo dahil tayo ay open for business. We've met some of the promising business persons and brands for 2023. Now, here's a rundown of the 4th Philippine Faces of Success and the 4th Philippines Best Quality Brands 2023. It's not just all glitter during the night, but a look into how these personalities manage to shine and win in life and business. We covered the 4th Philippine Faces of Success and 4th Philippines Best Quality Brands 2023 and spoke with interesting personalities that we can draw inspiration from SMEs and look forward to in 2023. With me is one of the awardees of the Faces of Success. As a matter of fact, she's not just a face of success, but one of the most beautiful faces here tonight. How and where or what do you attribute your success?
I believe that the success that I am attributing, particularly for tonight as one of the awardees, will be more on the ability and also to contributing more on the renewability side, because I am the president of Sansmar Solar Power Technology, and we energize particularly the off-grid areas of the country.
There's a lot of issues about energy, and there's a lot of talk about sustainability. As a matter of fact, the government po, di ba? They have marami silang proyekto about on green energy, sustainable energy, the use of renewables. Is that your vision, ma'am? You know, for you to also be able to look at different energy sources?
Our vision is actually more on the solar energy side, except when we talk about solar, it's more on the hybrid feature. So therefore, the type of solar that we are actually introducing in the country is to be able to energize hindi lang yung mga nasa area na kung saan may transmission line, but even do sa mga area na tinatawag nating unserved, underserved, or GIDAs, geographically isolated disadvantaged areas. SunSmart is very high on sustainability in terms of actually focusing on our advocacy of empowering this area and energizing also this particular area. So we are more focused on that side.
You know, that's really something remarkable because it's what our countrymen needs.
Yes.
I was surprised in one of my interviews that there are areas talaga where there are no electricity yet. So, ito ba ay ginagawa niyo, ma'am? In what areas do you choose? What in terms of parameters or selecting regions? Do you have, like, say, a timeline where you want to focus more on, and when do you want to complete this?
So on our side, we particularly, how do we actually define these areas? We particularly work with our local government units, and then we introduce to them the technology, this solution, mainly on those areas such as the islands. We are divided by over 7,108 islands. This is our country. So imagine actually tapping these areas, energizing this area. So we go from one local government unit to another, so that from them we address actually a solution, so that this solution they can become aware and they can be able to actually address the need of the constituents. When there is a solution for power, we have solution for water, connectivity, and communication. So imagine this kind of unenergized areas right now that will have an opportunity to actually become also modern because we have a sustainable source of power.
Wow, that's well said. That's perfect. Now, another issue, ma'am, is that there are talks before, especially during the early days, early years, that solar energy is quite expensive. What solutions would be now more affordable to Filipinos?
I think pagdating dun sa question na solar energy is quite expensive, I would say that don't we think that fossil fuel right now is more expensive, right? Imagine not just the cost of the diesel right now, but even mobilizing this kind of fossil fuel to the island. So that is where the impact of renewable plays a vital role right at this moment. We tend to actually replace the diesel generators and the use of fossil fuels with the use of our solar generators.
I am sure you are also getting a lot of support, as you mentioned, from LGUs, but definitely from environment-friendly communities. So, in terms of your strategy building, in terms of responding to the needs of the constituents of the LGUs, are there specific communities or organizations that you tap in order for them to make sure that with all this, kasi ang nababalitaan ko sa iba, ma'am, there are cooperatives, di ba? Parang wherein each household will benefit from solar power.
Yes. Actually, for SunSmart, we tap both the distribution and also on the generation side. So when we talk about the distribution, that's the electric cooperatives as well. We provide them the same solution so that they will have alternative source of power, not just relying to coal and fossil fuel. So when we talk about the generation side, I will believe that this is where the ability of every Filipinos to have access to power by having also the ability to own their solar power generation system.
So in short, you are also providing livelihood projects, di ba, for
Yes.
communities.
So SunSmart, we have actually our SunSmart Ngay Chihon Foundation, and SunSmart Ngay Chihon Foundation actually addresses this kind of elements of advocacy. Elements means elevating livelihood, empowering mankind, engaging nature to sustainability. So from this kind of foundation, we tap mainly like schools that are actually like very far and then they don't have access to power, and we resolve the need on that area because not only for the sake of the students but also for the teachers. Because like what I said earlier, kung meron tayong solution sa kuryente, ang susunod kasi doon magkakaroon ng solution para sa clean drinking water, magkaroon ng access sa connectivity, gayon din sa ating tinatawag ngayon na communication or digitalization.
Wow, that's awesome, ma'am. In terms of infrastructure, do you think that you are also, one of this is of course infrastructure development, and with the solar power that you are tapping, it requires a lot of investments in infrastructure.
That's where SunSmart makes a difference because compared to conventional solar farms, they usually need major hectares of land. But for SunSmart, the kind of solar power solution that we're providing, we call it a microgrid system. Therefore, we don't need major land to be able to actually put those solar panels. We have our own solar power station, and 1/3 of the size, we only need our solar PV panels to harvest energy. Our system comes into a scale of kilowatt, like it's like a small solar generator, up to a scale capacity of megawatts, wherein it comes into a big container of power generation station. So we mobilize this system and put that directly on the site already, making it your own power plant as well.
Wow, that's great to know. Okay, in one of the infrastructures that I visited, like I went to the Bohol International Airport, parang sabi nila all the rooftops, a huge chunk of the rooftops are already powering the air conditioning of the airport. Is that also your vision, wherein somehow a certain percentage or 100% maybe of the power requirement of a household will be served by your technology?
Yeah, I would say that our focus is more or less not exactly the same, because our focus is really to isolate the power so that they will have their own and independent use of renewables. Because when we actually still connect our system to the grid, if the transmission line is experiencing major brownout right now, because transmission lines are very far to be able to actually provide to the main consumer, we're gonna have the same problem again. So might as well we isolate the power, put it from one building to another, so that even though day or night or even rain or shine, we can be able to harvest and maximize the use of solar energy.
Wow, perfect. Which is exactly my question. Dito sa Pilipinas, maraming panahon ng pagbabagyo. So, is there a specific technology where, during maybe downtime or during the rainy season, your equipment are still working?
Yeah, there are many types of solar power systems. So technically, most solar power system that people are aware of, like what you're mentioning earlier, these are just the solar PV panels. You call that an on-grid system.
Okay.
So if this is an on-grid system, that means you still need the distribution utility to connect that. Now, if it's a brownout, if it's raining for one whole day, the first thing that will actually be removed will be the power. Then your solar will go off again.
Exactly.
But then, if you go on the type of system that we have, we call it an off-grid or hybrid system, wherein it's not just the solar PV panel, we have actually our energy storage system to be able to store the power to the batteries. Then, even though there is a climatic situation such as a typhoon, the battery takes over to be able to provide the power.
Wow.
Because the next day, the sun will shine again. Even though the next day the sun will not shine again, you still have the ability to actually store that power into that energy storage system.
Wow, this is a very educational interview, and we thank you very much. Before we finish this interview, I should have asked this earlier. How do you define success?
To me, success is actually doing more of what you really like to do. Success is like bringing your ultimate self to a certain purpose to be able to serve the many.
Wow. And your message to entrepreneurs, ma'am, because there's also a lot of entrepreneurs who also would want to be successful. I'm sure a lot of challenges were on your way, doing this, promoting the services that you have. What are your tips to entrepreneurs?
To the many entrepreneurs, particularly the youth, my fellow Filipinos, I encourage all of you to actually serve by purpose. When you find your purpose, that's where you find your success.
With me is Kimi Tercias, the CEO of Kimi Essentials. Hi, Miss Kimi. You are one of the awardees tonight as one of the faces of success. Ano ba ang sa palagay mo ang dahilan bakit you are awarded as one of the faces of success?
I believe it because of for being hardworking and for being dedicated to my work. And I believe that I deserve that.
There's a lot of people who are not confident, but ikaw, Miss Kimi, talagang you exude that kind of confidence. Ano ba sa palagay mo ang mga na-contribute nyo rin sa pagninegosyo, sa pagbibigay ng trabaho? Kasi ang pagiging CEO, pagpapatakbo ng negosyo ay napakahirap, di ba?
Yes po.
Ano po ba yung mga ginawa ninyo, na palagay ninyo nakatulong kayo para magbigay ng oportunidad sa mga kababayan natin?
When it comes dun sa sa product ko, nakakatulong po ako sa mga housewife, especially po yung mga single parent na nasa bahay. Wala po kasi silang confident sa sarili nila. And then I believe Fit and Bloom Coffee, yun po yung makakatulong sa kanila. Bukod sa gaganda na po sila, at the same time, magkakaroon pa po sila ng business.
Ano ba ang meron dun sa kape at bakit
It is a 21-in-1 coffee po. Meron po siyang whitening, slimming, collagen, and immune booster. Nandun na po lahat.
So, kumbaga parang all-in-one talaga
Yes
yun,
po, all-in-one siya.
Oo. So, ibig sabihin, nagbibigay ka na ng produktong maganda para sa mga kababayan natin.
Opo.
Nagbibigay ka pa ng trabaho. Bakit naisip mo na mga may bahay lang, housewives lang? Is this also applicable to
Sa
men?
lahat po. Yes,
sa lahat?
po.
Oo.
Makakatulong siya, lalong-lalo na po sa mga pagod na worker. Ayan, inumin mo kasi yung coffee na yan. Maganda po siya before or after meal. Kung on diet ka, before meal. Kung hindi ka naman nagda-diet, after meal mo siyang inumin. Lalong-lalo na po yung mga nagtatrabaho dyan. Maganda po siyang inumin bago matulog. Ayan, di ba po yung ibang coffee, pag uminom ka yan, hindi ka makakatulog, right?
Yes.
Yung Fit and Bloom Coffee, ang kagandahan niya po, wala siyang caffeine. Ayun ang kagandahan niya. At maganda po siya sa mga diabetic.
Oh.
Which is the sweetener niya is stevia. And then meron siyang insulin plant. At marami pa po siyang ibang health benefits sa katawan. Hindi lang po siya pang whitening, anti-aging, ganyan. Marami pa po siyang ibang matutulong sa katawan po natin. And then, kaya po na-discover ko yan kasi on my childhood, yung family ko po kasi is mahilig sila sa organic. Nadala ko hanggang sa paglaki. And then, mahilig din po kasi ako sa coffee. Yung biyanan ko kasi, meron siyang vertigo, yung biyanan kong lalaki, meron siyang diabetic siya, no? So, high blood naman yung family ko. And then, naisip ko na, why not to make my own brand, di ba? Kaya naisip ko yung kape. Kasi kape is essentials. So, para po siya sa lahat. Ayun po yung kagandahan niya.
Well, the insight that we're getting from Miss Kimi is that she tried to address her own pain points. She tried to address her own family problems and develop a business out of it.
Yes.
Pero ang tanong ko, Miss Kimi, siyempre marami kang mga naging challenges bago ka maging successful. Hindi naman yan, Miss Kimi, overnight na,
Yes po.
ano yung mga ibang
Yung
challenges?
pinaka naging struggle ko po talaga is yung pagpapakilala ng product ko. Alam mo yon, yung hindi ka kilala. You're just nobody. So, ang naisip ko is tiwala lang talaga sa sarili. Kaya mo yan. And then sa help na rin ni God. So, kinaya ko talaga. May time na gusto ko nang sumuko talaga. Kasi di ba once na bago yung product, hindi nila papansinin yan. So, walang magtitiwala sa iyo kaagad-agad, di ba? Siyempre, sa tulong ni God and family ko, ayun po na hindi ako sumuko talaga. Talagang try and try lang. Ang masasabi ko po sa mga tao is wag po sila agad susuko. Kung tingin nyo po na wala ng pag-asa, gawin nyo pong positive yung akala nyong wala na talaga.
Yes. Oh, Miss Kimi, how does it feel now that from a nobody, with a brand coming from a nobody, and now we can proudly say that you are somebody. As a matter of fact, you are now recognized as one of the faces of success. Ano ang pakiramdam mo na narito ka ngayon, paparangalan bilang isa sa mga mukha ng tagumpay?
Well, it's my heartfelt gratitude to be in this position. And then receiving these prestigious awards from 4 Philippine Faces of Success. Never have I imagined to be in this position where I only aim to help people in my community to be fit, healthy, and bloom in the midst of a busy world. Isang malaking pasasalamat sa lahat ng taong nasa likod ng tagumpay na ito at sa mga pagpupugay sa mga taong nangangarap at mangangarap pa na tulad ko. Maraming salamat po.
Miss Kimi, what if there are a lot of people who would be interested to be distributors in your business? How will they contact you? How will they find you?
Hello po sa lahat. We're open for resellers and distributors nationwide and special distributor price for all the pharmacies and beauty shop nationwide. You can visit my Facebook page, Kim Essentials, and Shopee account, Kim Essentials, and also to our Instagram account, Kim Essential, and to our TikTok account. Thank you so much.
With me is the beautiful Miss Irma Bitzer. How are you, Miss Irma?
I'm feeling so great. Yeah.
And I think you have a beautiful crown. You just recently won, you said.
Yeah, I just recently got crowned as the Mrs. Cebu Tourism 2022, last October 23 in Cebu.
The Philippines' focus on tourism is very aggressive. As a matter of fact, it's one of the key priorities of the government. How do you feel that somehow you are a tourism ambassador?
Actually, as a traveler and a businesswoman, I think the crown and the title really fits me. Because with my experience in both business and as a traveler, I can help the tourism sector, especially that this is the ones that was greatly affected by the pandemic and the Typhoon Odette that hit Cebu recently.
You mentioned of these calamities. Is that opportunities where you were also recognized as one of the faces of success? What did you do, for Cebu and for your countrymen that they recognized you now here as one of the faces of success?
So, not many knows my story. So actually, I was really a poor kid, and I was really doing a lot of hard work to become a certified public accountant as I am now. And I became eventually a wife and then a mother. And then when I was already a mother, my husband told me, please find something that you could focus on our family. So when I was thinking that I have to give up my corporate life and I have to do a business on my own, it was very challenging. And I said to myself, can I really make it? Because I'm very used to the corporate life. Like I have to set up my own.
It's a
from
major
the zero.
adjustment, yes.
Yes, it's a major adjustment for me. And then considering that my husband is German, I have to think of a business that is also thinking about him, because when he arrived in the Philippines, he was really so crazy about our breads.
And what was that?
So we started with the Italian bake shop because
Wow.
it's a no sugar, no preservatives breads. And then later on, we purchased the territorial rights for Binley franchise in Cebu. So recently, we have already 3 branches. And I guess this is one of the things that is helping me to be awarded, because during the pandemic, I was able to provide employment to the Cebuanos, even if it means really putting so much of money from us. But when I saw my people, I never closed my shop. Many chose to close the shop.
Exactly.
Me did not. To the point that I hosted all my employees, they stayed in my guest room so that they could have free
Really?
food, free accommodation. And I'm very happy because my husband is very supportive about it. He was like, okay, if that's your passion to help, then we help. So we were 24 hours open during the pandemic.
Wow, that's very interesting to know, ma'am. There are a lot of businesses who did good deeds during the pandemic, and eventually they were awarded because of these good deeds. Is that also one of your experiences wherein you somehow, felt that kind of payback where people eventually recognized you? Is that the same experience that you have?
Yes, even my people, they would always say, we never saw a boss who is so down to earth and who's with us, because I'm always telling them we are one in this journey together. So we should not be like pinpointing whoever is the wrong or whatever. We have to help each other, because when the business is growing, you will all grow. And at the same time, during the Typhoon Odette, I remember I used all my delivery vehicles to pick up all waters for distribution as donations to the different areas in Cebu. And really, I have to literally carry the containers of water, pick up from all the donations from different places. So yeah, it was a very good experience actually.
Okay, now Miss Irma, what to you is success? Of course, this is, we're here at the Faces of Success Awards night, but a lot of people define it differently. In your case, how do you define success?
For me, success is really when you're able to inspire others and you are able to make a change in the lives of others.
And to whom or to what do you attribute this success that you have now?
So I really attribute this one to my family, who were always there for me, because they believe in me. They never thought that I would really be in the area where I am now, because as I said, we were really a poor family before, and I strive so hard, and I always tell myself there's always success for the people who really strive hard, who always work hard with dedication, commitment, and passion. So I really devote this to my family and also to the foundation whom I am supporting with, because my advocacy really is education for the younger generation, especially the unfortunate ones, because I was once there. So
wow,
now,
that's great. We have a radio station in Cebu. We will soon be launching our transmitter in Cebu. You may want to address our kababayans in Cebuano para naman sila ma-inspire sa naging success ninyo sa inyong pagtatagumpay.
sa akong mga kababayan sa Cebu, never be afraid to try new things. As I've said, I became a businesswoman, an entrepreneur, and now I'm a certified beauty queen, and at the same time, I'm a volunteer of Bukas Palad Foundation. So I'm inviting everyone to really always try and never be afraid to achieve something. Because here I am now, I'm very proud and honored to be awarded as one of the successful Filipinos for 2023. So I'm also inviting everyone, if any of you is wanted to help the Bukas Palad Foundation, who is supporting a holistic education for younger generation, you can message them on BP Cebu Foundation page. And for those who also wanted to do some franchising business, we're open for franchise. you can just message us on IG, Binleaf Cebu Master or Binleaf Coffee and Tea Cebu.
With me is one of the experts in marketing, advertising, promotions, Miss Glenda Pingol. Miss Glenda,
Hi,
why
Cesar.
are you here? Why are you being recognized as one of the faces of success?
Yeah, thank you, Cesar, for having me. I'd like to say thank you first to the rest of the organizer, most especially to Mr. Richard Hinola for selecting us, for appreciating and recognizing our efforts. Our company is named Mana Venture Plus Incorporated. Ours is a marketing and distribution company. What we actually do is we make use of our technology, researches, product development, put it all together, and create our own brand. So kami, we are a local company that creates local brands as well. So hindi naman kasi lahat ng klase ng produkto that we can actually buy from the market, consumer products, are actually imported ones, di ba? There are also products that can be created domestically or here in the Philippines. We also have very strong partners na mga manufacturing companies. So despite and in spite of the economic challenges that we have gone through for the past 2 to 3 years ng pandemic, nag-survive din ang mga small, micro, and medium enterprise.
Which exactly is the market, Miss Glenda, of Open for Business. It wants to help MSMEs thrive, even before the pandemic. But what I'd like to ask is this. It is a good initiative that you have this marketing opportunities or consultancy to a lot of businesses because based on some of our interviews, there's a lot of people who are into product development. Pero pag ang dami nilang produkto, meron silang magkape, nagtatanim sila, napakarami nilang produkto. We have the best produce in the Philippines. But in terms of marketing, packaging them, advertising them, creating awareness for these products. So, ano ba sa palagay ninyo ang trends ngayon sa marketing? Kasi lalo na, alam naman natin with the advent of social media, anybody can make use of that. So especially during the pandemic, we see housewives or people, entrepreneurs who had to pivot at the last minute to go into their digital space. What are the latest trends in marketing?
For one, social media is really going to go at a length. It's going to be it will really move forward. It's going to develop into a much bigger community. Okay, so the retail market will still be there. Of course, we have our standalone stores. We have we have everything, the malls, groceries, and the retail markets. Nandun pa rin naman na yun. But what is important today is that with the presence of social media, the online marketing, the market has already been fragmented. It has actually given a space for those people with very limited capitalization to start up their own business.
Wow.
Unlike before, when you are able to create your product and you would want them to be advertised and you would want them to really be pipelined in the market, you have to have your own capitalization to really start with that.
You know, Miss Glenda, you deserve a 1-hour program in the show so that you can discuss more of the insights and a lot of ideas for the small businesses. Now, small businesses, entrepreneurs are there and you may want to address them so that they can reach out to you and probably can also help them in promoting their businesses. That is your camera.
Hi everyone, I'm Glenda Pingol. I'm the president of Mana Venture Plus Incorporated. I would like to invite everyone, our viewers, our listeners, that you open your doors to us. We are actually a marketing company and a distribution company. We create our own products. We can also create products for you. What you only have to do is to get in touch with us. We can probably help you out. If you want your own brand, pwede natin gawin yon. What we do is we partner with existing manufacturing companies and then create a product for you and your own brand as well and help you out pipeline your own brands and your products in the market.
With me is Miss Blanca of the Manila Times. You know, it's great to see you here again. And you are one of the faces of success. Alam natin, Miss Blanca, gaano ka-importante ang media. Sa palagay mo, ano ang role ng media? Bakit tayo pinaparangalan? Bakit kayo pinaparangalan na isa sa mukha ng tagumpay?
Of course, I think the media plays a big role in our society because, for one, it has to have truth, the face of truth. Especially, there are a lot of fake news. So, I mean, the role that we play is really have to give the information, factual information, accurate and timely. So I think being in the industry gives me, the opportunity to be the purveyor of good news, truth and good news. So I say that, really the media plays a big role in people believing in what's the truth and not just, anything that's shared, especially out in social media, that everything is shared without any vetting. With the real media, what I would say, the news, there's really, that sense of, how would you say it, complacency among our viewers. So, the media plays a big role in educating the people how to differentiate the real news
from fake news. Now, it's very interesting, Miss Blanca, that we were talking off cam about your journey, and I think that's one of the relevant reasons why you are judged as one of the faces of success. Imagine, as a background, you are a CPA, and then you were in different corporate roles. How do you describe that journey? Was it something that you really planned in terms of, is that your vision? Or ano yun, parang accidental, everything?
Everything just happens for a reason, I was telling, my our chairman, that the journey isn't easy because when they hired me as the CEO first before being the president now, I was thinking that I would be in the finance or really on the operations because I was COO. But then I was surprised that I was given a role of, the head of marketing and sales. But, my past experience with my previous employer has given me the good opportunity to, prepare for it. But like you said, you don't plan. You don't have any path towards success, towards your, journey or towards your profession. It just comes. So, I would say that, bloom where you're planted. You have to, I believe in that you should be the better version of yourself, do the best that you can be, and then everything will just fall into place. Just believe in yourself, do the best that you can, and you'll fit in. It just happens, nothing is planned for everyone. Just, strive to be the better version of what you are given.
Okay, yeah, I understand that, Miss Blanca, but you are very humble. I know that you are saying that because, of course, you don't want to really somehow brag your credentials. But what is it that you think have you done? That companies, that corporate executives, that the bosses give the trust and the confidence in you.
Modesty aside, when I came from the other company to my new company, my background is really business. I brought in the business. Many times I've always been very good at in politics, in I would say news. But then when I came to the company, I brought in the business side of it. We tried to strengthen the business part of the paper. So I think that's one of the reasons why we have. I was able to grow that sector that has been on top because, my background for the last 28 years for the past company, that's my strength. So when I came, I put in a business forum, I put in a lot of partners from the business community, and I think that's, it complements their strength because the many times strength has always been in the politics, news, and of course, the diplomatic community, and of course the opinion. Opinion has always been our core. So it just helped. So it complemented for what they have.
Okay, see, so that's not bragging, but those are facts, and thank you very much for sharing your humility and your insights on media. But for my final question, a lot of people think that newspapers will be dead. And they said that several years ago, but we see that it's coming, but somehow there's adaptation. You also go into digital. So do you believe? What's your take on print being dead or is going to be dead eventually?
There will always be people who wanted print. There will be also people who wanted the digital. And I believe that will be here to stay. Remember when the radio came in? When the TV came in, the radio was thought to be dead as well. But look at that, they're thriving. Both are still alive at the moment. So I would like to think that the digital and print would always complement for as long as there will be people who wanted to be, reading their papers, handling it, Yeah, a lot of people still wanted to have their paper in the morning.
And the smell of it.
Bring it to the bathroom, bring it to their veranda,
and the
it's
smell of
harder.
it. The smell of it.
Yes, and the smell of it, right. And I think when the middle times per se, when the pandemic came in, we were just ready to be there. We were able to be in the position ourselves into the digital community, ready to launch. So we were able to thrive even during the pandemic. My chairman's been bragging that we're the only newspaper that did not lay off people during that, but we still added some people during the pandemic. So
same as with Net25.
Yes.
It was uninterrupted.
See?
And that was the time when we launched a lot of our programs.
So the saying goes that there's always opportunity in every crisis. So we thrive in the crisis. So I think it's not dead. People will always look for it. There will always be people who wanted it. There will be people who would not like it, but people who would like it. It all depends on your preference.
So what is in store for you in 2023?
Well, of course, 2023 will be a lot more challenges. Like you said, there's more with digital. We have to innovate. We just have to keep on running. Just have to go with the flow. I think like I said, with the pandemic, people just don't have long-term goals anymore. We have to do it shorter. We do have long-term goals, but we have to adjust depending on the times, depending on the needs of our community, our readers. So we just have to keep on going, and our goal is to strive and to do better in 2023.
That is perfect. Open for business. We'll be back. We read Manila Times. Open for Business is back, and this is probably one of my best interviews tonight because we are speaking with the President and CEO of the Mercedes-Benz Group Services Philippines, Mr. Jochen Betzier. How are you, sir?
I'm very fine, thank you.
You have one of the many interesting businesses in the Philippines because, of course, this gives a lot of employment to Filipinos. Can you describe where the plants, where the stores, where the services are given here in the Philippines?
We have in the Philippines one shared service center located in Clark and in Cebu. The Cebu is the main branch. We have 600 people in Cebu and 300 in Clark. We are serving from here in the Philippines with a 24 hours, 7 days operations, the whole world of Mercedes with accounting, controlling and HR services.
I remember during the pandemic that because of the pandemic, a lot of people will not be buying luxury brands or even cars. But to our surprise, when I was interviewing some CEOs, there was an uptick in the demand for luxury cars, even high-end brands. Why is that? Are people really, very itchy to use their money to spend on cars? Or in terms of consumer behavior, how has the pandemic changed them specifically in buying cars?
I think they concentrate on value. By having the value and the lower cost of money, I call it, because we have the inflation during the pandemic. The demand was at the beginning of the pandemic, and the sources were drowning out because the semiconductor problem. By that one, we had all over the world, all car manufacturers could not produce so many cars as it could be sold over the time.
And what is it that you love in the Philippines, of course, aside from the Filipina and the Filipinos? What is that character of the Filipinos that you think makes us resilient? We had a pandemic, and there were. I was speaking with Irma earlier, and the couple had this very good initiatives to provide help, for those who were in need.
Yeah, the Filipinos, we searched for the company a home in 2011. The home was divided between India and the Philippines. We came then to the Philippines because at the end of the day, the positive elements of language, of resilience, of dedication, of service is really the basis what you need in a serving company who is serving accounting. So this was in principle the beginning of the journey in 2011 for my company, or for our company. So this company was growing then over the years by serving more and more entities. And during pandemic, because you asked me that one, during pandemic we had, not like many others, reducing hours, we had even an increase. We had, during the pandemic, the increase of the company by, at the end of the day, 50%. We had more people on board. We onboarded them in an online version by giving the hardware out by just contact points. And this was, at the end of the day, a huge success story to have more people on board after the pandemic than before the pandemic.
Wow, you are here, Johan, because of this award. You're one of the faces of success. So, what do you attribute your success from?
I think the success is at the end of the day coming from the dedication to the Philippines. You interviewed my wife before; she's a proud Filipina. So I'm linked to Philippines, linked over the years and years, which I'm coming to the Philippines, to the mentality of the Philippines, to the warm mentality, and this is reflecting by the work also to our customers, and this is somehow the dedication which you can swap over to the customer, and this is somehow the success which comes because only by this positive business card you can commit people to bring more works to the Philippines, and that's somehow the future, especially in the BPO and shared service industry, giving a home to that one with a good English. At the end of the day, you are able then to provide more and more work for employees for the Philippines, and this is somehow my dedication to make a positive impact on the
Well
industry.
said. The camera is there. Your message to entrepreneurs, corporate people who also would want to stay open for business.
Trust the Philippine industry and trust the Philippine people because they are really capable. They're really dedicated to work and bring them to the companies the respective positive impact and the positive outlook for your own business.
With us is one of the perennial honorees of the Faces of Success. Ano po ang pakiramdam ninyo, sir, na halos taon-taon ay kayo ay isang nahihirang na mukha ng pagtatagumpay?
I feel I'm blessed and also an inspiration to everyone. And with that, we are an instrument how we can inspire more people. And I'm so blessed and privileged. I'm so honored being another part or another honorees of this Philippine Christmas 2023.
A lot of our kababayans po had so many challenges during the pandemic. And sabi nga natin ay, how could you be successful in a very challenging time, di ba? So, a lot of the businesses pivoted. Talagang they adjusted. Kayo po ba? How did you adjust to ensure that you will continue, what you have been doing and be able to be still in business?
In every crisis, there's always look for an opportunity. Think of a positive side of life because there's a brighter side of life. Everything happened for a reason and a purpose. And always think of out of the box and never give up because giving up is the birthplace of regrets. So just always have hope. And those things happen. Acceptance of challenges and problems is part of life. And make a solutions not to think much more stress on the problem, but think more on the solutions. Be solution-oriented.
Wow, that's great to hear. Sir, ano yung sa palagay ninyo, what are these projects or initiatives or advocacies that you have done why you are again, at the stage here at this awards night?
Being a real estate licensed broker, a lot of young people and a lot of people join my company and they become now millionaires in the industry. Me as a mentor and coach, I give them guided, coming from below poverty in Bicol, having success on my own is an inspiration to everyone. And I always think of the purpose, not on just only to earn an income, but again, how we can help more people to change their life through us as a kind of blessings to them.
Ano po ba yung napansin ninyo in the real estate industry, that the pandemic has changed? Do you think, people are more conscious where to spend their money? And we noticed there are more of the younger generation now investing in real estate. Ano yung mga pagbabago na napansin ninyo that was brought by the pandemic?
You know what? We thought that real estate also will go down other business like other business. But again, Filipinos, they realize the value of properties, like having a privacy. At the same time, they have like ipon, diba? Because of walang travel. Tourism are down, there's no tourism, so wala tayong masyadong mga pasyalan. So they keep their money more intact and they invest in properties. And they think that property is most important right now because of the privacy, not having like marami kang kapitbahay na go inside yung mga tao na don't have privacy. So I think Filipinos learn about it.
And for my final question, sir, there's heavy competition in terms of real estate. There are different brands. In your case, how do you stay competitive in business?
You always adapt change, no? And always think of the box idea. Sabi nga lagi, you can like copy strategies of other people 70%, and 20% you can have to copy also what is the best standard or the best strategies of them. And you need to have something unique, 10% of your strategies, something that is coming from out of your mind or out of the box that they can never have tried yet before.
Wow, that's great to hear. Now, if you can also address small entrepreneurs, small businesses, what are your tips so that they too, can hurdle the challenges and be one of the faces of success like you?
Yes, sa ating mga kababayan, when you decide doing a business, you have to put passion because having passion, enjoy doing your business, success is definitely you can gain success. At the same time, give all the best you can because even you give all, sometimes you fail. There's no assurance of success. But again, as soon as you know what is calculated risk, again, never give up. And what is make you happy, having the passion, never try a business that you don't put passion at all.
And we are with the man of the hour, Richard Hinola. We are about to start, Richard. And so far, how do you feel that, again, this is a well-attended awards night with the many awards nights that you have been doing for the past months? How do you feel, Richard?
I'm so very, very grateful because I know my mission. Helping other people, especially the kids na may mga sakit na malala or chronic diseases.
Ngayon, Richard, alam natin na parang lahat ng mga na-interviews ko, parang sila yung maraming mga advokasya din at sila yung mga nagbigay ng mga trabaho, oportunidad sa ating mga kababayan sa panahon ng pandemya at hanggang ngayon nagpapatuloy sila. At lahat sila, Richard, nagpapasalamat sa iyo dahil sa ganitong oportunidad na ibinibigay mo sa kanila. At doon sa pakikipag-uusap ko sa kanila, at daming mga relevant na mga advocacies at mga projects silang ibinibigay katulad nung solar energy, katulad nung pagbibigay ng mga trabaho sa mga housewives. Gaano kamitikuloso ang pagpili ninyo? Ano yung mga parameters? Ano yung criteria na talagang pinagdadaanan nila para talagang yung mga mabibigyan ninyo ng masabi nating face of success ay talagang inspirasyon sa mga Pilipino?
Well, napaka-simple lang ng requirements ko because I really want to give opportunities to mga small people like mga ordinary lang to inspire other people. That's why yung criteria ko hindi masyadong techy. So what I really wanted is this is for everybody. Hindi to pang mayaman or pang sikat. But this is for everyone na importante na kapag-inspire ka ng kapwa Pilipino.
Now, what is your message, Richard, to both the businesses, both the the philanthropists. I'm sure there's also a lot of people who are approaching you to help. Ano yung mensahe mo sa mga katulad mo, wala ring sawa na tumulong? At ano yung, paano mo hinihikayat yung ibang mga tao rin na makipagkaisa sa layunin mo?
Well, for me, napakasimple lang naman eh. If you want to be successful, you have to share your blessings to other people. Because in helping people, sharing and be kind to anyone, you will be successful.
We know that there's a lot of awards now, but how meaningful, Richard, and how relevant are the awards that you are giving to institutions, to brands, to companies, and individuals?
The advantage of my awards night is very simple. Iba yung nakaka-influence ka and at the same time nakakatulong ka. Because there's a lot of awards night right now na more on glamour and earnings lang. But for me, it's here in my heart and sharing my blessings to the less fortunate people, especially yung mga taong walang-wala talaga sa buhay. At yun ang ipinaglalaban ko palagi. Kaya naiiba po ang awards night ko.
So what do we expect from the company, from Best Magazine, and your other awards nights in 2023?
Actually po, ako po magbubukas ng 2023. That's why I'm opening the Philippine Faces of Success 2023. Gusto kong maunahan ng lahat because I want to be different and I have a lot of plans. Because isa lang naman ang objective ko eh, ang tumulong sa kapwa.
Ako kasi finally nag-open up na ulit, meron na ulit tayong mga events. And of course, gusto ko pong magpasalamat kasi iba din pala talaga yung feeling ng nabigyan kang award for being successful in your own career. 2022 has been good to me. I guess I would say it's a year of just more on taking care of myself, physical, mental. So, yun po. Okay naman siya sa akin. It feels good to see everyone again, especially, after being stuck at home for a while. Ako naman kasi I've been going out since last year pa. No choice din naman because of work I had to. But it's really finally opening up. Tsaka, wala lang, nakaka-excite lang makita ulit yung mga tao nasa labas.
And we are really happy that K-pop is making a loud noise, not just in the Philippines with this Carrots 417, but globally. It is South Korea's biggest export and is a whopping $5 billion source of income as of latest count. In fact, one K-pop's first full English song in 2020 recorded $1.43 billion earnings, according to South Korea's Ministry of Culture. This even spiked growth in exports of merchandise and created 8,000 jobs in tourism and other sectors. The heart of Hallyu, or Korean wave, K-pop has not only fattened South Korea's coffers, but is also instrumental in generating interest in the country's culture, language, food, fashion, and tourism. Thanks to fandoms like Carrots, K-pop has spread like wildfire to become a true global phenomenon. The genius behind marketing K-pop has completely disrupted traditional promotions of products and services. Fandoms have gobbled up pricey merchandise, premium and free web content, memberships, and more. In the Philippines, enterprising Filipinos have realized the enormous opportunities in anything and everything about K-pop, from printing shirts, stickers, and accessories, cafes, pastries, travel and tours to South Korea, restaurants, just to name a few. Some fans also found massive following through content creation related to K-pop idols and successfully monetized their K-pop passion. K-pop continues to draw interest and still has a lot of room for growth with its growing fan base. As the third country in the world with most K-pop stans according to Twitter, the Philippines is definitely open for business in the K-pop universe. 17 rose to stardom in 2015 when they released their first mini-album called 17 Carat. Known for being a self-producing group, members are said to be actively involved in songwriting, album production, and choreography. The group currently has over 10 million Instagram and Twitter followers, as well as 6 million monthly listeners on Spotify. Be the Sun is 17's third world tour. It began in June this year in Seoul, South Korea, followed by shows in Canada, United States, Japan, and Southeast Asia. This is 17's second visit in the Philippines, with the first one held in October for 2 nights. This time, the group is performing at the 55,000 capacity Philippine Arena. 17's performance became historic because they were the first K-pop act who held a solo concert in the largest indoor arena. Carrots and 17 made history when they won 3 awards at the 37th Golden Disc Awards in Bangkok, Thailand. They were able to win Thai K-pop Artist of the Year, Best Performance for Hot, and Best Album for Face the Sun, among other awards. Meanwhile, other artists lined up to perform at the Philippine Arena are British singer-songwriter and former One Direction member Harry Styles on March 14, and popular K-pop girl group Blackpink on March 25 and 26. I am Jasmine Agustin for Open for Business.
Open for Business is at the helm. What a disastrous new year for NAIA! On the first day of 2023, the Philippine airspace was shut down when the air navigation facilities of the Civil Aviation Authority, or CAAP, experienced technical issues causing delays to flights to and from Manila. According to reports, 361 flights were either delayed, canceled, or diverted, affecting 56,000 passengers, 3,000 of whom are OFWs. Kaagad na naglabas ng statement ang Manila International Airport Authority para humingi ng dispensa sa nangyaring aberya. Inactivate naman ng MIA ang crisis management nito at pinayuhan ang mga pasahero na maghintay ng mga anunsyo. Tugon ng ilang mga senador, nakakahiya ang nangyari at nakasira sa imahe ng bansa pati na sa ating turismo. Baka raw magdalawang isip na ang mga nagbabalak bumisita sa bansa ngayong taon, hirit pa ng isa. Following this incident, Philippine lawmakers have suggested steps to resolve the issue, such as calling for an inquiry, securing more funding from government agencies, and making contingency plans for NAIA. Privatization talks and the establishment of the Philippine Airports Authority were also brought up. NAIA has a reputation of being one of the worst and most stressful airports in the world. It will take a lot from the government to turn things around. Sa pagtaya ng Department of Transportation, 13 billion pesos ang kailangan sa modernisasyon ng NAIA. Inutusan na ni Pangulong Ferdinand Marcos Jr. si Secretary Jaime Bautista na pag-aralan ang mga rekomendasyon para iayos ang air traffic system sa bansa. If air traffic and airport operation problems can be resolved, there will be more opportunities for the country's tourism, business, and economy. But for now, just like the thousands of impacted passengers, we are all in a waiting game. Our buzzword of the week is business resilience. It is the ability of an organization to quickly adapt to disruptions while maintaining continuous business operations and safeguarding people, assets, and overall brand equity. Our congratulations again to all the faces of success. May this 2023 bring you hundredfolds of good tidings as you continue your passion and quest for excellence. As we always face daunting challenges, may your goals and vision guide you in every step of the way. Let your face of success beam across and inspire others to be successful. Our quote of the week is, always bear in mind that your own resolution to succeed is more important than any other. That's from Abraham Lincoln. Congratulations to the 4th Philippine Faces of Success and the 4th Philippines Best Quality Brands 2023. At maraming salamat sa isang oras na pagsama sa amin upang tunghayan ang isang makabuluhang usapan ukol sa negosyo dito lang sa Open for Business. Hanggang sa susunod na linggo, samahan nyo kaming muli dito sa Open for Business. Catch us too on Facebook and YouTube. Like and subscribe on our social media page at Net25 TV. We bring you more insights from industry experts, thought leaders, CEOs, and featured SMEs. Together, let us help encourage business development in the Philippines, sharpen your business acumen, feel the pulse, and set the trend for as long as you are informed and open for business. Ito po si Cesar Vallejos. Marami pong salamat.
It is a signal to the world that we are open for business.
We are now open for business. This is Cesar Vallejos bringing you yet another episode to guide you in discovering your passion and growing your business as we learn from experts in the field. Sama-sama tayong matuto sa isa na namang makabuluhang usapan tungo sa pagpapaunlad ng inyong negosyo. Ang Open for Business ay mapapanood nyo rin sa Facebook at YouTube. Siguraduhin na rin mag-like at mag-subscribe sa aming social media page at Net25 TV. Ating alamin, suriin mula sa mga negosyante, thought leaders at mga personalidad sa iba't ibang larangan ang mga strategies, trends at mahalagang karanasan sa pagninegosyo dahil tayo ay open for business. May isang obserbasyon na ang negosyo ng pagpapaganda ay siguradong patok kung ito ay mapapatakbo ng maayos at mahusay. Kaya naman napakaraming beauty salons ang ating nakikita sa ating paligid, and there's a way to build a beauty salon business via franchising. Imagine no need to start from scratch because you have the support readily available. Let's find out how we can increase our income through the salon business together with Dr. Arthur Cruzada of Queen Eva Salon. The salon business has also expanded into the wellness sphere, offering a variety of relaxing packages. We're here with one salon business that has expanded exponentially thanks to franchising opportunities, helping not only his business but also other people to have extra sources of income. Please welcome Dr. Arthur Cruzada, President of Queen Eva Salon. Bago natin tanungin yung ibang mga karanasan mo and how you established this business and franchising model, ano ang naging kalagayan ninyo noong panahon ng pandemic?
Honestly, nung pandemic talaga, especially nung nag-operate ang Queen Eva Salon, it's totally kasing nag-close eh. We are not allowed to operate talaga. So, ang purpose ko talaga noon, it's yung Queen Eva, it's a gift to my mother. Kasi I have also my own business. So sabi ko,
Ano yung business mo?
I have also my foreign language school.
I see.
Yes.
So what languages do you have? How do you teach?
Honestly, wala po akong tinuturong mga language, but I'm the one also to handle the language kasi I'm also educator before.
Okay.
So nung umuwi ako ng Pilipinas, yun talaga ang tinarget ko talaga to open the new business here. It's a foreign language. And nung nagkataon na yun, nagkasabay na nag-close ang school and then yung salon. Kaya talagang totally...
Parang double whammy.
Oo, yes. So medyo mahirap para sa amin, especially for the businessman talaga na yung nangyari sa akin, it's salon, and then day school, it's totally closed. Unlike sa mga food industry, pwede silang mag-deliver eh. Pero dun sa part namin, it's totally closed. Kaya talagang I need also to find a new, para maging mabuhay yung, especially mga employees ng Queen Eva Salon.
Ano yung ginawa nyo nun? Were there some strategies that you did to somehow continue the business? Parang kayo ba ay nag-offer ng mga produkto or nag-offer ng kasi we know that this is not an essential product or service. So how were you able to sustain it during the pandemic, or totally is it 100% closed?
Totally po talaga, it's 100% closed po ang namin, ang business namin. So nag-intay lang po kami ng I think at 2 weeks kasi hindi pa po namin alam kung ano po talaga yung magiging result or outcome nung during that pandemic kasi wala pa nilalabas ang LGU. Kasi we need also to follow in our LGU.
Yes.
Kasi once na kami doon, hindi kami nag-follow doon, syempre totally mako-close pa rin yung namin at matatanggalan kami ng license. So ang ginawa po namin, it's para maging lang kami, maging mabuhay lang yung ating mga employees. So doon sa part ng bayan namin, doon kami nag-start sa Mendez, Cavite. Doon nag-start ang Queen Eva Salon sa bayan ng Mendez kasi we are also from Mendez, Cavite. So nung time po na yun, ang ginawa po namin, gumawa ako ng letter para sa mayor para magkaroon ng mga home service lang para dun within the area lang po ng Mendez. So inallowed naman po kami pero kailangan it's a complete PPE uniform po talaga kami. So dun lang kami. So hindi kami pwedeng lumabas from Mendez, Tagaytay, bawal po. So hanggang dun lang po sa area ng Mendez. Kaya nabuhay lahat ng mga employees ng Queen Eva.
That's a good story, Dr. Arthur, kasi at least ikaw, passionate ka na ituloy at gagawan mo ng paraan. We know that you have to follow the LGU with the IATF protocols, di ba?
Yes,
there's a lot of protocols there. And in your case, as an entrepreneur, it's really admirable to see how passionate you were to continue the business and make efforts to reach out. Kasi kapag yung iba na mga maaaring maliliit na negosyo, pag sinabing hindi na, you will not try. But in your case, you had to write to the government authorities to allow you.
Yes, correct.
And you were allowed naman because maybe you explained that you are supporting a lot of people also as the source of their income. Pero ang tanong ko, Dr. Arthur, is siyempre, ayan, kompleto, naka-PPE siya.
Yes po.
Marami din ba yung mga nagpagupit, nagpaayos, nagpaganda noong mga panahong yon?
Honestly po, marami po talaga. And especially po, nung time na yon, it's ang pinocus namin muna po, it's yung mga frontliners natin. Like yung mga yung sa mga health workers natin, yung mga police or yung mga barangay natin. So doon muna kami nagbigay ng it's a pre-service muna.
Wow.
So after nung nagbigay kami ng pre-service para sa natin, sa mga frontliners natin, doon kami lalo nakilala and then nagdire-diretso yung yung mga home service namin and then nag-open kami through social media that we are offering ng mga home service natin na mas mura. At doon kami nakilala lalo. And then yung lahat ng mga income ng namin, I think it's 40% ibinibigay namin to help the LGU po, yung mga nagpapakain kami doon sa mga frontliners, namimigay kami ng mga food, and then especially doon sa mga ibang mga hindi nabigyan ng ayuda before. Tumulong po kami talaga.
So that's a
Yes.
good thing, Dr. Arthur. We're getting a lot of insights here
Yeah.
in this interview because you said during that pandemic, your CSR or corporate social responsibility is not it's beyond lip service, di ba? Kasi yung
Yes,
iba
correct.
tumutulong lang for the sake of maybe press release, but in
Yes.
your case you were really helping. But in your story, when you did that, you were doing free service, it was a way, for you to be closer to your market.
Yes, correct.
Pero medyo curious lang ako, hindi ba nahirapan yung mga employees mo na nagpapaganda or naggugupit sa panahon na naka-PPE sila, or is it already part of their training? Kumbaga parang lumalabas parang silang firefighters na
Correct,
doing
yeah.
a lot of things.
Yes po.
Was it a skill that you have to train them to be used to?
Honestly, sir, nung time po na yun talaga, ni-ready ko sila. Sabi ko, we are not allowed to have, yung natin, home service kung we are not totally complete yung sa PPE uniform natin. Kasi yun yung number one talaga na inano po talaga before na kailangan i-follow. So, mahirap para sa kanila. Kasi especially mainit eh. So, we don't have any choice, especially yung ibang mga employees namin, they are not from Cavite. Mga taga-iba't ibang lugar sila eh.
Pero dahil nandun sila, parang nakulong sila
Nakulong
doon.
na doon sa area ng Mendez, Cavite. Kaya normally, ang ginagawa namin doon sa aming mga employees, binibigyan namin sila ng mga free staff house and then free food allowance. So, nung time na yun, sabi namin, kailangan natin gumawa ng way para lahat tayo it's mabuhay. Kasi we have I think it's 28 employees before na inabutan kami ng pandemic. Pandemic.
So are you saying that 28, they were all in the staff houses?
Bali, yes, doon po sa second floor building ng Queen Eva Salon kasi may staff house po talaga kami doon. So doon sila naka-stay. So kami lang dalawa kasi ng mother ko. So, syempre yung big responsibility, it's nasa akin. Kasi ako yung president ng Queen Eva eh. Sabi niya, anak, ano pa yung pinakamagandang gawin natin? Sabi ko, I think na meron pa naman ako natitirang funds. So, sabi ko, yun muna yung gamitin natin para mai-revolve lang natin yung natin para dun sa mga staff. Kaya nung time na nagbigay kami ng home service, ayun, though hindi ganun kalakihan ng income, pero at least yung everyday na nasusupport namin yung food nila, kung ano man yung pang-sustain, yes, na pwede lang ipadala sa pamilya nila. Yun po.
Wow, that's really a very good story. And also I'd like to ask, what was the reaction of the employees? Because based on some small business owners that I interviewed here in Open for Business, yung iba talagang okay lang sa kanila na mababa muna yung sweldo, basta may makain lang.
Correct,
may mga ganon. And then, they even ask their bosses, parang sabi nila, what is it that I can contribute? Because here, in this case, you are really providing free housing, free food, But how did the employees react on this initiative?
Nung time, sabi ko sa kanila, okay lang ba na, kasi normally it's a basic salary ang mga employees ng Queen Eva. So, kasi yun ang pinakaano po namin na makareceive sila ng basic salary, and then meron silang mga benefits na pwede nating maibigay sa kanila. Kaya lang during that pandemic po talaga, it's mahirap para sa mga employees, especially sa aming mga entrepreneurs, sa aming mga businessman. Kaya ang ginawa namin, instead na basic salary, it's nagkaroon kami ng 50-50 sharing. So, for example, kumita ka ng 200 pesos, so tag 100 pesos tayo. So, ganun ang ginawa namin. Though, pati yung mga major services before, the treatment, it's dun nakatulong, mas malaki yung na nagiging income nila. At ang pinaka-thankful pa po namin doon sa area ng Mendez, it's kahit nag-home service kami, nagbibigay rin sila ng tip, tapos ng extra food or yung mga rice na pwedeng itulong doon sa mga nag-home service. And then they're also satisfied and happy during that pandemic naman po. Yes.
Now, let's go to this Queen Eva salon. Bakit salon business? And and you mentioned about your mother.
Yes.
And then you said this is more of a gift
A gift,
her.
yes.
So why is that? Is this also, something that's very close to your heart?
Yes, kasi po si mother, si nanay, kilala po siya as Nanay Eva or Queen Eva ng buong
So
Mendez.
siya yung sa kanya nakapangalan
yes,
yun.
kasi
so Queen
real...
Eva is your mother?
Yes, correct. Kasi ang full name talaga
How old is she now?
88 years old.
Oh, she's 88.
Yes, opo.
Hi, Queen Eva.
Hello to my mother. I know you're watching. Yes po. So, nung time po na kasi na yon, kasi si nanay talaga, she is a stylist, her stylist. Yan ang pinagpatapos sa amin ng nanay ko.
I see.
Matagal siyang naging her stylist during that sa Mendez pa kami, bago kami napalipat ng Manila before nung namatay yung father ko. So, sabi ko sa kanya, nung naging okay kasi yung business ng foreign language, ang dami kong nabigay na gift kay nanay. Parang sabi ko, parang merong kulang eh. Bilang isang anak, lalo na bunso ako, very close ako eh. Marami sa atin, lalo na yung mga youngest, it's very close sa mga mother talaga. So sabi kong ganito, every time na nagbe-birthday siya, yearly, tapos nung nasa ibang bansa ako, umuwi ako ng Pilipinas, so lagi ko siyang isine-celebrate sa labas or magkakaroon kami ng it's a big event for her para ma-feel niya yung hirap na pinagdaanan niya. It's iba na ngayon. Kumbaga, nung time na yun, nung 2020, sabi ko, iibahin ko yung gift ko sa kanya. Hindi na it's a big event, hindi na material or whatever kung ano man yung Sabi ko, I think nagpapagawa ako ng wala siyang alam ng salon sa Mendez. Nung time na yun, sabi ko, I think ito yung pinaka-the best gift na marireceive niya. Kasi ang tagal niya naging hairstylist pero hindi siya nakapag-put up ng salon. It's a barber shop na meron kami talaga. Yun yung meron siya. Tapos hinahaluan niya na siya yung nagugupit para sa mga babae. So sabi ko, kailangan kakaiba naman. Sabi kong ganito, so nung nagpapakonstruct na ako, minadali ko siya. I think it's 2.5 months. Nung nakita ko yung building na yun, sabi ko, this is the best place. Kasi it's only near in Mendez Municipal, yung Queen Eva.
I think you have the beautiful municipal hall there, di ba?
Yes, correct. Oo. So naging landmark lalo siya ngayon ng Mendez Municipal, ang Queen Eva sa London. Kaya nung after 2.5 months, kasi March yung birthday niya, tapos di ba po 2020, it's nag-lockdown tayo. Tama po ba? Nung March na yun, nung nag-open kami, yun yung na-surprise talaga sa kanya na she was not expecting talaga na it's a salon yung ibibigay kong regalo sa kanya. Kumbaga sabi ko, Nay, ayan yung pinaka-regalo ko na hindi mo malilimutan. Sabi ko ganito, kasi I have my business, I have my own business. At least etong salon na to, panghabang buhay mo na tong business na to talaga. At meron kang legacy na may iwan. Kasi kaya ginawa ko siyang Queen Eva Salon.
I see. That's a very beautiful and touching story. Ano yung reaction niya, Dr. Art?
Honestly po, nung nakita niyo yun, syempre, talagang sobrang happy, and then a mixed emotion yung nakita ko sa kanya. Noon ko lang siya nakita na umiyak ng sobra nung nabuksan yung Queen Eva. Ayan, nag-ano tuloy ako. Kasi very memorable kasi yon.
So, meaning, hindi mo siya nakitang umiiyak because maybe, as you mentioned, because
very strong personality kasi ang nanay. Kahit na alam namin na nahihirapan siya, never namin siya nakitang umiyak. Kasi maaga kasi nawalan kami ng father. So, yung tatay namin, it's I think 6 months preggy ang nanay ko nung nawala ang father ko. Kaya lumaki ako talaga na wala akong father image. So si nanay talaga yung talagang tumayo sa akin as a father, mother talaga. Kaya sabi ko, kaya yung mga kapatid ko, they are all settled na eh. Ako na lang talagang hindi po. So sabi ko, siya talaga siguro, binigay siguro ng Panginoon Diyos talaga na maiwan ako para sa kanya, para mabantayan rin siya. Kaya nung time na nung nakita niya yung niregalo ko sa kanya talaga na salon, grabe grabe yung iyak na hindi mo talaga maano.
And you said parang first time mo siyang nakita ko siya kasi parang nakita mo na yung puso niya, yung kagalakan niya. So it's more tears of joy, bale.
Yes, kumbaga parang hindi ko siya talaga pinagtayo ng salon na basta na lang eh. Talagang pinag-isipan. I have also may interior designer, may architect rin po talaga. Kasi during that, naman po, before the pandemic, okay talaga ang business kung ay yung foreign language eh. Kaya nung time na yun, sabi ko, the best gift to talaga. Kaya hindi nga ina-expect. And then dun sa pinaka-main branch namin, meron siya dun pinakamalaking picture or portrait na nandun talaga. Pagpasok mo, makikita mo agad yung niya, na nakagaon siya. Yun yung last na birthday niya, na bago ko naman ibigay yung salon na gift kay nanay noong 2020.
Wow, this is a beautiful story, and I hope a lot of young entrepreneurs like you would have that passion. Now, it's really more of your love for your mother that really pushed you hard, to make this entrepreneurship work. Okay, ano ba yung mga challenges na nangyari in putting this up? Are there specific regulations that you have to follow? Are there specific organizations that you have to join so that you will be able to give this high quality and standard that when people set up their own salon, everything, all the requirements is there, from the architecture to the service to the quality of the products that you will be offering?
Yun, yung sa franchise naman namin, yung naging first, ko lang sir, yung first franchise namin, it's last year, yung Alfonso branch. It's a partner, honestly, that is only a partnership and then partnership investment, yung Alfonso branch. Pero nung etong year na to, 2022, dito siya nabuksan namin yung for franchise kasi nakumpleto na namin po kasi yung partnership namin. Sabi ko, okay, we can start muna for a partnership. At least 5 muna sana. 5 partnership muna ng Queen Eva. Kasi I know that it's very hard also na magkaroon ng franchise during the pandemic, especially hindi ganun kaano pa yung fans ng mga kapwa nating mga businessman or owners na gustong mag-put up ng new business. Kaya sabi ko, i-open muna natin for partnership. And then nung lahat ng mga partners ko ngayon, it's also a client from Queen Eva Salon. Kasi nung una, parang biro lang ang inano ko eh. Kasi sabi ko, gift lang naman to muna kay nanay. It's, sabi ko, para ma-focus rin ni nanay. Pero hindi ko ine-expect na mag-grow ng ganong kabilis. Kaya sabi ko, partnership muna for 5 branches. And then lumagpas kami dun sa 5. Naging 10 yung partnership. And then may nag-advise sa akin from legal advice po. It's hanggang 10. After ng 10 natin, and then we can open for our franchisee. So nung nag-open kami ng for franchisee, talagang pinag-aralan po muna namin ng maigi po. Kasi mahirap po kasi, especially right now na magpa-franchise, hindi ganoon kabilis maglabas ng pera. Especially, alam naman nila na, syempre may takot pa rin yung iba eh, na baka mamaya bigla na naman tayo mag-close or whatever. Pero yung ginawa po namin, it's yung makakatulong, yung very affordable na franchise na hindi masakit sa bulusan nila. Though they need also to follow dun sa mga rules namin, may policy po na inilabas rin po ang Queen Eva na kailangan ma-sustain kung ano yung meron ang Mendez main branch namin para hindi masira yung quality or yung service ng ng ino-offer ng Queen Eva Salon. Kaya sa bawat franchisee namin po, meron kami package na pwede silang mamili. May package A kami, package B, and then package C. Kasi here in Queen Eva Salon po, sir, it's a one-stop shop. We are not only offering for a hair, but we have also our nails, and then sa spa, meron din po kami aesthetic and dermatologists rin po kami.
So everything about
yes,
beauty.
Yes, correct.
Pero what were the key drivers, Dr. Arthur, when you said from 5 to 10? What are the success factors? What made you, it was a gift and then you open, there's 5 and then there's 10. So what was it? What was the driving force behind that success?
Honestly, sir, it's parang na-enjoy ko yung yung business na to. Sabi ko siguro nasa blood na rin talaga. Kaya lalo na ang iniisip ko, my mission is dumami yung name ni nanay, and then may maiwan na magandang legacy yung pangalan ni nanay sa larangan ng beauty. Kasi siya talaga yung parang tinatawag namin, it's a mother. Kumbaga, it's a gandang lola, di ba? Siya yung pinaka-mother ng mga hairstylist because she's already 88 years old. And just imagine until now, nagtatrabaho pa rin siya at nagugupit pa rin siya at may mga kliyente pa rin siya.
Really?
Yes, oo. Kaya sabi ko, okay, nandito na rin naman to, idedere-derecho ko na rin to. Sabi ko ganito, kaya naging maganda yung outcome ng mga franchise, especially ngayon po, nagdere-derecho yung namin yung partnership and then franchisee, and then mas marami pong nagkaroon ng interest, lalo na kapag nalalaman nila po yung background or history ni Queen Eva. Ayun po.
Okay. Now, there's a lot of salons, there's a lot of salon franchises in the country, but what makes Queen Eva different from the others?
Yung sa part namin po, I know na meron kanya-kanyang mga ino-offer na mga services. Normally kasi, some other salon po, it's, ang nakikita po natin, di ba, magkasama ang spa and then sa hair. Pero doon po sa amin, sa part ng Queen Eva Salon, talaga pong nakaseparate si spa, si salon, and then si aesthetic. Kumbaga may mga partition or division siya na compartment siya na hindi kayo pwede magsama-sama doon. Unlike sa other salon, it's magkakasama. So kapag gumagawa, for example, gumagawa sa hair, so naaamoy ni nagpapa-nails natin, instead na nakakapag-relax sila, so hindi sila nakakapag-relax. Unlike dito sa Queen Eva Salon, nakaseparate siya, so relaxing siya, at especially kapag na-try nyo yung sa spa namin, sobrang 100% na mag-e-enjoy po yung mga kliyente natin.
You mentioned earlier it's affordable and you have various packages.
Yes.
So what can people expect? How affordable is it? And what support are you providing to prospective franchisees get from you?
Okay. Dun sa mga willing or interested na nagpa-franchise sa amin, so ang ginagawa po namin, if they're also interested to franchise the Queen Eva Salon, so hiningan po namin sila po ng letter of intent. That is the number one po. Bakit gusto nyong mag-franchise ng Queen Eva Salon? So para makita rin po namin yung mission nila. Kasi meron tayong tinatawag na feasibility studies. So every time na nag-i-inquire po sila sa amin, kailangan muna po namin, number one, it's also to check the place. Kung ito ba ay marketable, if this is visible ba, kasi ayaw namin masira yung yung pangalan ng Queen Eva Salon. Syempre, you are also investing money para sa business na yan. So as much as possible, para yung ROI, it's mabilis ang pagbalik. Lalo na kapag ang natin, ino-offer namin yung sa amin, sa part ng Queen Eva Salon, it's very affordable. Kasi may mga packages kami na kasama na yung mga, halimbawa, sa reban or sa facial and then sa nails, hanggang sa massage, merong mga ganun
How much would you have to spend for the lowest package?
Yung sa lowest package namin, it's a 450,000 po siya. So yung construction po na yun, it's from part na ng ng client natin or sa mga franchisee natin. Though meron kaming pino-provide na mga equipments na kumpleto na po siya, but the construction, it's shoulder na po yun ng ating mga Kasama na rin po doon yung paggamit rin po ng pangalan ni Queen Eva Salon na wala po siyang royalty fee.
I see. That's a difference. For the other franchisors, they give
a royalty.
or they ask for a royalty fee.
Yes, correct po. So sa Queen Eva po, wala po kaming hinihingi na royalty fee as long as na magagamit nyo ang pangalan po ng Queen Eva. So maiingatan lang rin yung name ni Queen Eva Salon at they need also to follow dun sa rules and regulation at policy ni Queen Eva Salon. So magko-continue yung contract na meron po tayo from part ng franchisee at dun sa franchisor po.
Based on your experience and some facilities feasibility studies that you made, how long would they get the return or of investment on this, or the break-even point? How in terms of time?
The time. During that after po nag-open ng natin, halimbawa, nag-start tayo, nag-franchise ng Queen Eva. So 2 to 3 months talaga nagbe-break even muna po yan. Merong time na mas malakas, especially kapag weekends. Yan ang pinakamalakas sa mga salon eh. Normally, it's a whole package ang kinukuha nila. Kasi meron kaming choices eh. Package A, Package B, Package C hanggang D. So you can choose.
What's the full set of the package? So from hair
to skin, meron po tayo yan. You can choose if you want, kung meron ka from hair lang, hanggang sa nails lang, or sa massage or foot spa, meron tayong ganun. Or meron tayo, it's a complete package na pwede nating gawin na hanggang sa skin, hanggang sa hair, hanggang sa nails, sa massage, meron po nun. Pero it's also affordable rin po.
Wow, interesting. A lot of small businesses or a lot of investors also think of where the business that they want to invest in. Bakit nila pipiliin ang salon business? There's food, there's beauty, there's skincare. Why are you encouraging them to go into this business? And what are your tips for them to select? Kasi una, I see your intention. It was originally a gift to your mother,
yes,
and
correct.
It was your passion. So, is that the kind of somehow intention that they have also to have, or and as you said, you do a lot of study, di ba?
Yes,
And it's very basic for franchise businesses to look at the location because,
Yes.
di ba, hanggang ngayon sa panahong ito, location. Pero nag-iiba na rin, Dr. Arthur, because of social media, di ba?
Yes, correct.
So, with social media, even if your location is in the boondocks, but as long as you have strong internet connection,
Yes.
you're in business.
Yes.
So what's your view and what's your tip to startups or people who have the money to give that minimum 450,000 to you and be successful like what happened to your journey?
Okay, dun sa yung tip ko para dun sa interested na magkaroon ng salon. Okay, number 1, wag niyo munang iisipin na gusto kong kumita. Ang pinaka-importante kasi kapag nagtatayo ka ng business, it's dahil mahal mo yung gagawin mo. Dahil hindi lang gusto mo siya. Iba kasi yung gusto mo sa mamahalin mo yung hanap buhay mo. Kasi ganun ang ginawa ko eh. Mahal ko tong hanap buhay ko at gugustuhin ko to dahil nandito na ako. Parang ganun siya. Kasi marami kasi na nagbi-business na ang gusto, paano ang aking ROI? Paano yung ganun agad ang question eh, di ba? Kailan ko makukuha agad yung ROI? Pag ganun kumbaga, ang iniisip agad ng isang magbe-business, mahihirapan ka talaga to get the ROI, yung income. So, tinatanong ko muna, bakit mo gusto yung business na to? Though marami akong dapat na i-offer dyan. Kasi I have also my experience na eh. Marami na akong naging business eh. Kumbaga parang dito naging yung pagkagusto o yung pagmamahal ko dito sa business na to. Siguro dahil nasa blood na rin, dahil kay nanay. Pero ang pinaka dito, it's ano ba yung pinaka yung mission mo para makuha mo tong ganitong business na to. Kaya inaano ko sa kanila na kailangan it's ang tip ko sa kanila, it's wag yung basta dahil gusto mo. It's dapat mahalin mo tong hanap buhay na to kasi hindi lang kasi na dahil gusto mo siyang kumita. Ang pinaka-importante, you need also to treat them, your employees, especially mga hairstylists. It's kailangan mong mahalin to eh. Kasi especially marami ka ring hawak. I know na meron silang mga other business, 'di ba? Iba yung salon. Especially ako, meron na rin akong franchisee na first time nila hinawakan ng beauty salon at wala silang idea. Pero ngayon mahal nila yung salon na itinayo nila. Kasi nakita nila kung paano nakakatanggal stress sa kanila. Kumbaga naka-free ka na eh. Kumbaga it's stress ka sa ibang business mo. Pag pumasok ka, because you have your own salon, nandito ka na, tanggal yung stress mo, nakakapagpaganda ka pa pag pumasok ka eh, doon sa loob na yan. Kaya doon sa lahat ng mga gustong mag-franchise ng salon, anuhin muna po natin na ito po ba ay gusto natin or ito po ba ay kailangan lang natin. Parang ganun. Pero yung number one, it's dapat mahal natin yung kukunin nating hanap buhay or yung pa-franchise natin.
Wow, well said. I can feel also, Dr. Arthur, that you're very passionate, but I can also sense that you had a lot of hardships.
Yes.
It was not, I can feel that it wasn't an easy journey for you.
Yes.
Ano yung tingin mo na pinakamalaking hardship na nangyari sa'yo at paano mo ito na-overcome?
Bata pa kasi ako talaga, na-train na ako ng nanay ko na maging independent. Honestly, I'm only a vendor in Baclaran before.
Really?
Nung simula na namatay yung father namin, you know, the life, it's, meron tayong mga ups and downs eh. It's like a roller coaster. Nung time na yon, yun ang naging parang naging kinapitan ko. Yung lahat ng mga experiences ko before, magmula nung bata ako. Just imagine, kahit nagugupit ang nanay ko, ang mga kapatid ko, pare-pareho kami. Sila, mga working student rin. Nagtulong-tulong kami. Nagtitinda ako sa gitna ng Baclaran, ng basahan before. And then nagpupunas ako ng mga jeep. Sinubukan ko lahat yan para ma-survive namin po ang buhay namin. Kaya kahit hanggang sa nag-college ako, I'm also a working student. Kaya talagang binalyo ko yung hirap na yon. Kaya sabi namin talagang lahat kami, nagdaan kami sa hirap magkakapatid eh. Kaya yun yung naging experience or learning sa akin na kailangan ko i-value yung pinaghirapan at dapat mahalin mo kung ano yung ginagawa mo. Yun yung pinaka-importante. Kaya nung nakapagtapos ako ng college, nag-masters ako, nag-doktor ako, dire-diretso, it's lahat yon sa paghihirap ko. Na ang pinaka-importante lang po sa akin, it's yung moral support ng pamilya ko, yung love ng pamilya ko at love ng mother ko.
Wow, beautiful, beautiful.
Yes.
Dr. Arthur, this is your camera.
Yeah.
Your mother is watching. What is your message to your mother? What is your message to Queen Eva?
Yeah, pinakamahirap talaga pag pag kakausapin mo na talaga yung mother. Diyan marami diyan talaga takot talaga tayo. May message to my mother, kay nanay, kay Queen Eva. It's pinakamasarap sa buhay ko na nakasama kita at this age. Yung lahat ng mga trials na pinagdaanan natin, it's na overcome natin, naging maayos kahit papaano ang buhay natin sa tulong ng Panginoon Diyos, sa tulong ng Ama. At yun lang yung lagi kong pinapanalangin, na mabigyan ka pa ng mahabang buhay, madami pa tayong matulungan, madami pa tayong mapasaya, at yung paglilingkod natin sa Panginoon Diyos, yun yung pinaka-importante sa lahat, na sama-sama pa rin tayo hanggang sa uli. At titiyakin ko, Nay, na mas makikilala ang Queen Eva sa darating pa na henerasyon ng mga kabataan ngayon, at mas madami tayong matutulungan na mga empleyado or mga taong minamahal natin, dahil kino-consider natin silang pamilya natin. At masaya ako, Nay, dahil nandyan ka lagi sa akin to support me, to understand me kahit sa mga weak side ko or dun sa strength na yan, ikaw yung lalo kong nagiging lakas at inspirasyon ko sa buhay ko at kung bakit ko naabot natin to at nakilala ka. Ayun, salamat.
Dr. Arthur, one last message naman to small businesses. Alam natin na maraming nanonood ngayon. What are, ano ang dapat nilang gawin din para hindi sila huminto at kahit anumang hardship ang maranasan nila, they should move forward?
Para dun sa lahat ng mga small businesses or mga magi-start pa lang ng business, huwag kayong panghinaan ng loob. Ang kailangan natin dito, it's kailangan alam nyo yung drive nyo sa buhay nyo, alam nyo lang yung mission at vision nyo at huwag kayong susuko kasi every time na meron tayong pinagdadaanan ng mga trials, yun yung mas lalong nakakapagpatibay sa atin eh. Doon sa lahat ng mga yung experience natin, doon tayo lalong mas magiging strong at I'm pretty sure darating ang time mag-grow lahat ng mga business nyo kasi alam nyong mahal nyo ang hanap buhay nyo.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arthur Cruzada, the president of Queen Eva Salon. This is a great tribute to a mother. This is a great interview that highlights how everyone can survive hardships and be a great entrepreneur. Open for Business. We'll be back. Stay with us.
Welcome back to Open for Business, and now for our business news. Global think tank sees inflation likely to stay high. New York-based think tank Global Source Partners said that the country's inflation is likely to end higher with 5.8% instead of its earlier forecast of 5.6% due to continued upward pressure on global food market. The revision in forecast came on the heels of the 10 months inflation average reaching 5.4%. Damage to agricultural output due to recent typhoons was also seen as contributing to the higher inflation forecast. Palm oil demand sees decline in 2023. The outlook for global palm oil demand is getting bleaker as market uncertainties and slowing economies continue its effect. Prices are also expected to decline next year after hitting record highs due to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. In addition, palm oil prices are facing downward pressure over the medium and long term as the European Union opposes its use as it continues to raise environmental concerns. Philippine debt reaches $13.52 trillion. With the weakening of the peso and high domestic borrowings, the national government's debt has reached $13.52 trillion as of end September. The Bureau of Treasury said the outstanding debt rose 3.8% or 495.54 billion pesos as of end September from the then record high 13.2 trillion pesos as of end August, primarily due to peso depreciation against the US dollar and the net issuance of government securities to support the budget. From a year ago, the debt increased 13.4% from 11.92 trillion pesos. I am Jasmine Agustin for Open for Business.
Open for Business is at the helm. Ang mga bagyo sa Pilipinas hindi lang marami kada taon kundi palakas ng palakas. Bagaman pangunahing pinipinsala nito ang buhay, tahanan at ari-arian sa kahit saang sulok ng bansa, kasama ring naapektuhan ang daloy ng ekonomiya dahil sa biglaang pagsasara ng mga negosyo at tanggapan. It is only logical for the government to revisit its preventive measures and immediate response to natural natural disasters. For this reason, the budget allocation for calamity response changes every year, and the administration should become more decisive in finding ways to produce funds for unprecedented events like super typhoons, volcanic eruptions, landslides, and others. In the Philippines, we have the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Fund, which according to the Department of Budget Management still has 6.8 billion pesos for 2022. The NDRRMF is also known as the Calamity Fund. The DBM said the Marcos administration is allocating 31 billion pesos for Calamity Fund in 2023, 55% higher than the previous year, to strengthen the country's readiness and response efforts in times of disasters. One senator even suggested reallocating part of the 9.29 billion pesos confidential and intelligence funds for disaster response capabilities, such as improving the weather forecasting capabilities of Pag-asa, rebuilding impacted houses, and fixing damaged roads and bridges. Another senator suggested the establishment of the Department of Disaster Resilience. Giit ng Pangulo, dapat makamit ng bansa ang productivity goals nito kahit pa dumating ang mga krisis at kalamidad. At the grand staircase of the 55,000 capacity Philippine Arena to witness a historic matchup, the deciding game between crowd favorite Ginebra and guest team Bay Area Dragons. This is Game 7 of the Commissioner's Cup. The world's largest indoor arena is definitely open for business. Since its completion, the Philippine Arena has been home to some of the PBA's biggest and most historic events. The final game of the 2022 Commissioner's Cup is no exception. Matatandaang naitala ang pinakamaraming at pinakamalaking crowd sa kasaysayan ng liga noong 2017 sa Governor's Cup Finals na sinaksihan ng 54,000 basketball fans. Samantala, ang Game 7 na ito ay galing sa record attendance na Game 6 kung saan nanood ng live ang mahigit na 22,000 fans, pinakamarami noong nagsimula ang pandemya. What's at stake here? Well, Ginebra is trying to win its 4th title in the last 6 conferences, while Bay Area is looking to become the first guest team to win a championship since 1987. Sasandal ang Bay Area sa tila literal na mga higante ng court sa pangunguna ng dating NBA player Miles Powell, 7'5" Swanxing Liu, 6'6" Hayden Blanqui at 6'2" playmaker Glenn Yang. Ang mga veterano naman ng Ginebra na nasa 3-time best import Justin Brownlee, MVP Scottie Thompson, kasama sina Stanley Pringle, L.A. Tenorio at Japet Aguilar ang lalaban para sa Never Say Die spirit ng koponan. Nagdiriwang nga ang buong barangay. At the end of this historic game, Ginebra overcame the Bay Area Dragons to secure the Commissioner's Cup Championship, its 4th in 6 conferences and 15th title overall, securing a solo 2nd place in the list of the league's winningest teams. This is also Coach Team Cone's 25th championship, the most in the league's history. Congratulations, Ginebra! Today's word of the week is called balayage, a hair color technique in which a stylist hand paints color onto the hair without the use of foils. Though it began in France, this naturalistic technique has taken over the hair color industry. Queen Eva Salon is a perfect example of an SME that started with one branch and now has 13 and counting. Running a business is all about grit and grabbing the opportunity when it presents itself. Queen Eva Salon also managed to innovate itself and multiplied its streams of income. Focusing on one product is good, but if you can diversify and prove that there is a market for it, then go and service that need. And with that, our quote of the week is, everything has beauty, but not everyone sees it. Thank you, Dr. Cruzada, at maraming salamat sa isang oras na pagsama sa amin upang tunghayan ang isang makabuluhang usapan ukol sa negosyo dito lang sa Open for Business. Hanggang sa susunod na linggo, samahan nyo kaming muli dito sa Open for Business. Catch us too on Facebook and YouTube. Like and subscribe on our social media page at Net25TV. We will bring you more insights from industry experts, thought leaders, CEOs, and featured SMEs. Together, let us help encourage business development in the Philippines, sharpen your business acumen, feel the pulse, and set the trend for as long as you are informed and open for business. Ito po si Cesar Vallejos. Maraming salamat.
It is a signal to the world that we are open for business.
We are now open for business. This is Cesar Vallejos bringing you yet another episode to guide you in discovering your passion and growing your business as we learn from experts in the field. Sama-sama tayong matuto sa isa na namang makabuluhang usapan tungo sa pagpapaunlad ng negosyo. Ang Open for Business ay mapapanood nyo sa Facebook at YouTube. Siguraduhin na rin mag-like at mag-subscribe sa aming social media page at Net25TV. Ngayon ating alamin, suriin mula sa mga negosyante, thought leaders at mga personalidad sa iba't ibang larangan ang mga strategies, trends at mahalagang karanasan sa pagninegosyo dahil tayo ay open for business. The health sector is undoubtedly one of the most important and profitable industries to look into as a business. Zeroing in on a particular niche, the retail pharmacy segment has a good potential as a business venture as it's nearly crisis-proof. We'll find out from one of the country's fastest-growing retail pharmacy chains, Dr. Care Pharmacy Philippines, through its CEO, Dr. Mark Mendoza, on what opportunities lie ahead. Pharmacy is a business that has an attached credibility to it. Whether the brand is from a big chain or a neighborhood store, people just automatically trust it. It is a business that answers to a very basic need of the market. And it should not come as a surprise if brands like Dr. Care Pharmacy are growing exponentially in the country now with 50 branches. We are here with its CEO, Dr. Mark Mendoza, to talk about the world of possibilities of a Dr. Care Pharmacy franchise. How are you po, Doc Mark?
Maraming salamat sa opportunity and I'm feeling good and excited about this interview po.
Dr. Mark, before we ask all these questions, I have this research. So it says that the Philippines is the third most attractive market in the pharma industry. It is 11th largest market in the ASEAN, and it has 300 billion peso potential market turnover for 2023. Parang nagkamali yata ako ng career, Dr. Mark. So, in this case, reading this, it says that the pharma industry where you at is, something huge, especially that you are actually one of the key drivers in moving us out of the pandemic. What's your take on that, Doc?
We are a company that operates based on market research. Kung ano yung reality ng ground, we act on it because we are a company that provides solution. Now, there is this business, the pharmacy industry, nandyan yung mga facts nakikita natin. Third in ASEAN, 11th in the APAC. Nandyan yung opportunity. We are here to provide opportunity. No? And that is what we share. That is what Dr. Care Pharmacy is all about. A genuine opportunity for people who wants to get into the business that is high in demand, high profit margin. No, it only takes a person or a management to inculcate all this knowledge to them, no, para mapasok silang sa business ito, no.
What is interesting there, Dr. Mark, is what I mentioned in my introduction. When you talk of pharmacy, whether it's from a big chain or something in your neighborhood, there's already trust in it. So yung trust factor napakalaki. Which means that management of a franchise like this would require a lot of experts, di po ba? Parang, yes. And it creates, it's not the typical business where you can just easily get it from the way you do business, like online selling maybe. But this has, it requires a lot of research and study and facts. In your franchising business, Dr. Mark, how different is this pharmacy compared to the other franchising businesses that other people know, especially on food?
Yes, no, we are new in the market and we are to attain market dominance, no. There is a difference in it. First, yung concept natin na under one roof, all in under one roof. There is no pharmacy in the market yet until Dr. Care that provides a pharmacy dispensing of medicine that includes a health or medical care management. So, nilagay namin yung konsepto na hindi lang ito a retail drugstore, but also a component na meron din siyang clinic. Of course, the present setup nakikita natin sa pharmacy, na may grocery. But that's not it. A pharmacy can be more than that. So under the concept of Dr. Care, there are 12 business concepts that can be operated under one roof. No, that includes dispensing of medicine from a regulated pharmacies, no, na compliant ito with governmental regulations. So it's a registered pharmacist. But then again, there is more to be a registered pharmacist. Dapat ang registered pharmacist ay also empowered pharmacist. What do I mean when I say an empowered pharmacist? Nakikita natin sa ibang bansa, no, the European counterpart, na a pharmacist can write prescription to a certain limit and to a certain extent. But that is not what we are doing here. But it can be done through regulations, no? There's another thing din, no? Makikita natin yung mga pharmacies in other countries. When the pandemic came, they are allowed to even inject vaccines, immunizations. And regulatory body in the Philippines are looking into that possibility. And in fact, there are already pharmacies pharmacies na nakaka-inject na in a pharmacy. No? Now, that is what we want to do. We want to be the first of the many things empowering yung mga pharmacies natin, an operation with multi-service income, no? So that it becomes sustainable, so that the profit that are coming that are sustainable, it becomes stable, no? And the only way to make it fast in its spread throughout the country is to use a franchise system. So we want to scale up fast. That's part of the secret of why Doctor Care is the fastest growing pharmaceutical retail. We see the need, we solve the problems, and we do it with our heart. Whatever we focus into, okay, it comes from our heart. Kaya nga nandyan yung caring, no? The more we care, okay, the more we grow higher, no?
But Dr. Mark, what's interesting in what you mentioned was that you created this all-in-one concept. So I appreciate that. And people, when they go to a certain pharmacy, it's nice to see that everything is there. When you buy like a medicine or you have a prescription, you buy it there. But then again, you have other needs, like maybe alcohol or cotton or grocery or whatever. So you buy it there. But there are times where you don't know exactly, you just feel sick, but you have to, you needed a clinic or ask a doctor or a physician or anybody or a pharmacist, you know, and get and consult from there. So what inspired you to do that kind of innovation? Was it, is there a study of the consumer also, the behavior of the consumer, or is this innovation born out of the changing, you know, character or behavior of the Filipino consumer?
So, ganito po kasi, you know, in order to do that, there is some problems that you have noted. I have learned from the Graduate School of Business in Health that there are 8 healthcare initiatives to be solved in this country to better our healthcare delivery system. Of the 8 healthcare initiative, Doctor Care Pharmacy is solving 4 out of 8 in our private capacity with our own asset. We put it out to solve. One of these is a genuine reform in the Generic Act, where you would have to provide an affordable and yet quality medicines. There are many factors that prevent this from maintaining that price instead of having price volatility. Ang gusto po natin, presyo ng mga gamot sa mga tao na mura at de kalidad. Now, there are market dominant players that have factors that affect the prices, not setting it at a price where it should be. That's a problem there. Now, if you have some control lever from distributor, from importers, then maybe you can maintain a price at a certain standard. So that is what we are trying to solve.
So that's one of the solutions. So before we go into the other 3, you mentioned about, of course, affordable prices. Are you sourcing it from other countries? Where are your sources to make sure that the medicines are affordable?
Meron po tayong tinatawag to have a quality pricing, no, affordable. Kailangan po yan, you get it, the source of it is from the manufacturer. Marami pong manufacturers na meron kayong dapat, whether it coming from importing raw materials and then dito lang compound, you get a better price with it. So the thing here is you must have a different source of manufacturer for you to get a better price concession. So if you get at a better price, you can pass it on to your own pharmacy chain with a better pricing, okay, a better pricing guideline, plus yung profit margin nila is controlled at a certain level to keep the price, hindi volatile or shoot up at any time. Naramdam natin yan mga price volatility in terms of yung mga medical supplies sa mga face mask and other fast-moving goods katulad ng mga nawawalang mga certain paracetamol brand na bigla na lang because there are certain controls na in place that acts as a catalyst to drive it up, no. So we want somehow to have a control on that na hindi lang yung presyo ng remote tumataas, no. So we look into that as a company that Dr. Care would like to maintain that price so that the survey that 99% of the Filipino does not believe that they are having a quality and yet affordable brand ay kahit papano maibababa natin yung perception na yon. And we are Dr. Care Pharmacy, a new player in the market that will look into solving that problem.
Pero kaya naman yon, Doctor. So ibig sabihin, if that can be done by Dr. Care, it can be done industry-wide. Is that possible? Because of course, a lot of our customers would want to have...
Yes, because they are compelled to act upon the price leader. Halimbawa, if we have the price leadership, mas mababa sa amin, the other people there would have to adjust their profit margin and to conform to what is the prevailing price doon. So, it can be spread industry-wide, no? Kaya lang, there is not much of a player that makes sure that the price will be here, that we lead in the price, and so you have to follow it. Okay? Yung iba kasi, we are market dominant na dito na yung price ito. Okay? Multinational ang price isusunod natin. And we know for a fact that the branded medicines are much way up the scale, no? Like 100%, 200% ang difference dyan, no?
Pero may mga paraan po ba tayo, Dr. Mark, na magagawa, na ibibigay din natin yung na ibibigay din natin yung information and awareness sa mga consumers na, hey, you don't necessarily have to go to the branded medicines, but look for this generic medicines in Dr. Care. Is there a campaign on that as well to, increase awareness of the consumers?
Yes, kanya nationwide campaign. Even the government themselves would look into the price na nai-implement yan, na may price matrix tayo, no? So the government is doing that, but the implementations of retailers ay iba-iba yan, no? So that's the thing na meron tayong problem, nagkakaroon ng problem doon.
You mentioned about the 4 pain points earlier, or
the healthcare initiatives,
yes.
4 out of which is being solved by Dr. Care. Yun nga, no? One is affordable medicine. That is
what
quality.
are the other 3? Yes.
All right. We want to have a doctor available for prompt treatment, no? For prompt treatment. So we ensure that other franchisee operator, meron silang doctor doon. 7 out of the many locations that we have, 7 of the franchisee we have are doctors. One of the biggest franchisee we have is in Santiago. It's in Santiago, Isabela. Okay? So, this is the biggest, 400 square meters, where all the 4 healthcare initiative problems is being solved there. Affordable medicine, the presence of a doctor where it can treat medicines, it can treat the patient from primary health illnesses, no? So meron tayong mga family physician, and I hope in the near future, multi-specialty ang clinic na ipro-provide namin. That's not all. We are trying to solve a problem by giving a structure called a care lab. A care lab should be a level 2, okay, DOH accredited laboratory where the basic laboratory are already there that can facilitate diagnosis. And number 4, the solution for chronic ailment or chronic illnesses where medicines are already there, no? So 4 of which ay nasosolve natin, no? So early treatment, prompt treatment, the availability of doctor and affordable medicines na nandyan sa community through a pharmacy community. It's not the ordinary pharmacy. It's a health facility under one roof.
Dr. Mark, the way I listen to you now, it's exciting because there's so much innovation in your system na parang ang tunog mini hospital na siya because you have the doctors there, you have the pharmacy there, you have the plans of putting labs there and with the availability of the medicines and probably the other requirements of a patient are there. Are you not also feeling the competition from the other hospitals in areas, or it's something that's very beneficial for the community because it's like it becomes a mini hospital where it is placed in different areas of the country?
So when you say it's a mini hospital, actually it's far from it, but the services that you can avail in the hospital ay nandoon, no?
Kasi wala lang siyang inpatient.
And the transactions in which the patient we are catering are for outpatient and primary health care, no? Walang emergency, walang admission, walang admission or anything like that, no? So it's basically at a preventive level, no? So doon naman sa hospital, it's more on not just prevention but treatment level talaga, no? So may mga intensive care, may mga emergency. So dito ay a clinic na may konsulta, no? So things like that, no? People who wants a fairer skin, meron din tayong mga aesthetic clinic, no? So available. Hindi lahat ng services ng isang hospital ay nandyan. But more services that are in line to providing medicines and consultation for the right medicine for it. So, yung prescription, kukunin na lang nila sa pharmacy kasi nandoon na yung doctor, no? So, here comes also yung mga teleconsultation and e-prescriptions that can be enabled through the use of advanced technology katulad ng mga app, ganon. So delivery of the pharmaceuticals with us, pwede natin magawa yun, no? Through a tie-up of other business-to-business tie-up po, no? Pero what we are really focused in, it is in order for all of this vision to see reality, there will be more people that are coming in the franchise. You see, there are different levels of operation. To start with, the flagship service is really pharmacy and retail, no? So yun tayo. That's what we call a starter package. Then we have a standard package of which under one roof nandyan yun, binabanggit ko yung 12 business concepts, no? And then we have the super franchisee.
Out of the, sorry, doctor, but out of the 50 or 49 or 50 areas, ilan doon yung, kumbaga, andun it offers the
corporate
business?
Control, 7 of which, okay, and it is under me. So there are 2 types of franchisee. Yung franchisee, okay, that our name was given to them to operate, okay, and the corporate owned, no? So the Santiago Isabela Doctor Care, which is in front of the hospital, is a nag-ooperate yun ng doctor, no? So more or less, he is capable to operate a pharmacy and private practice, no? So pwede yun doon. So 8 out of the 50 branches are corporate controlled and can operate not just the starter but the standard package.
And what is your outlook for 2023? Is there a specific target wherein, okay, you want to build more of the bigger packages rather than the standard pharmacy? Because I think, the more complete business concepts all housed in under one roof would be a better option and maybe better profits for investors?
Yes, marami tayong plano. Hindi pa talaga siya matured. Some of its concept ay hindi pa rin talagang matured. There are others na hindi din profitable, no? Like part of the concept is yung bayad center, but there are also other payment center na nandoon sa pharmacy na hindi talaga. So we might do away with some of the weak points ng concept niyan and will capitalize on the ones that are strong, no? So marami tayong plano. In fact, our goal was just to be 20 branches in 2024. But the reality is we have exceeded that. So ano ang plano?
Almost double, or
yes,
you double the target.
Yes, exactly, no. So our goal is introduction of a healthcare products, nandyan na rin yan. Our own, a creation of our own product na ipapasa din ito sa mga distributors, no. We have a distributor programs for our own product like bottled water. Water is essential, soft, okay, skincare lines, no, nandyan din yan. Part of our portfolio building, no. So let me just talk about the position of doctor care in the coming years, no. So some of these are within our roadmap. We are the fastest growing pharmaceutical retail, and there's a reason for that, and we intend to be in that position for the longest time. We are not the strongest, we are not the largest, we are not the best, but we are the first in many things. And the concept itself is an anticipated concept that we are trying to prove to the Filipino people that there can be a small players who can be big if he thinks big about his position in the market. We are the most anticipated business concept that is already implementable. There are many challenges along the way, but we will stay there. We are positioned to be the pharmacy of the future. This is how a pharmacy in the future is to be operated. We are going against the status quo, the traditional thing. Okay, a pharmacy can be more than just a retail store, but it can also incorporate a medical managed care. It only takes some people who have the focus and the heart to care for this industry, no, to make it more than what it is today. And we are, yes, one more. Go ahead. Because the answer to this is quite more complex, no, and we are positioned to be, okay, you are positioned to be part of a merger and acquisition. We are the most positioned to be part of the merger and acquisition if we have gained a market maturity. What am I talking about? If you happen to know some of the trends of the pharmaceutical retail, their assets are being bought by big companies. Take for instance po, if I may indulge in mentioning, the Robinsons Retail Holding Inc. is holding 3 of the biggest brand under its portfolio in health. Okay, in Jabsia, the Mary Mart also holds 2 of the biggest pharmacy chain in the country. So in 10 years' time, there will be people that will be coming to us and will say, we would like to acquire the assets of Dr. Care Pharmacy. You did a great job, and we want this, no, as part. Okay, we will take part in the operations and to build more, infusing more capital. So this is our position, not just in 2023, but beyond that. There are more bigger things to happen. So franchisee na gustong mag-risk sa amin, nasa starter package, you can be there. There is more to starter package. There is the super franchise called as the master franchise, where a big investor is needed because it goes up from the threshold of simply ₱1 million to more than ₱1 million po.
So, Dr. Mark, the way you explain it, it's like a start-up and then eventually you want it to be a unicorn. Is that your concept? You're telling me now, Dr. Mark, that eventually you want to be acquired or merge with a bigger brand to infuse more capital. Is that the intention? And up to what year do you see that time frame happening?
Yes, the present structure, the Doctor Care Pharmacy is also with people who have invested their money into it. That's why the network is growing. Going with the trend, no, a chief finance officer of this big company may see our records kung maganda yung mga financial statement namin, then they will have to acquire it. More than being a unicorn, unicorn kasi it's a $1 billion valuation, so more than that po siguro. If we are looking into our assets right now, maybe we belong to the small medium enterprise. There is a directive from the government na itatayo daw similar to a PSE, no, si Senator Cynthia Villar, na magkakaroon ng SME or small medium enterprise listing. So we will be there because we are included in that. No, Dr. Care have joined the SME Expo recently, and we are tying up with other we tie up with other business to business partnership para to make the realization of our roadmap. So we don't like to be the unicorn, but we would like to put a legacy na the Dr. Care have put up a structure, okay, that is bigger than what we have realized, no? Yung sinasabi ko kanina, ang iniisip lang namin 20 in 2024, pero with all of these concepts that can be operated, people that are coming in, okay, there will be more people that will advance this cost, okay? So the dream, the realization, we will see that happening in due time. So the leader in the market, which has the largest network that has produced 3,000 stores, no, nationwide, ay nandyan na. They are part of the inspiration of why we are doing this, no. We don't view them really as enemies, but our inspirations, okay, our inspirations. If they have done it, then we can done it much better and in much simple but profitable manner po. No?
Dr. Mark, you have a lot of innovations, and as you mentioned, you also have an inspiration. But what drives you to do this? What inspires you, or where do you source your ideas in terms of innovation? I see, based on your explanation, that the fact that you have combined several business concepts into one roof, that in itself is putting the customer first.
Yes.
So is this also a product of your experience? Because or as a doctor, or as someone who's certified and licensed in the medical field, but also as a financial analyst advisor. So you yourself is rolled into one. So where do you source that innovation?
Yeah, I can say I'm a man of science. I am a medical doctor, and I am a man of many talents. Okay, to have all of this in your mind, you must have exposure and experience with one of the best people in the industry as well. No? Hindi lang yan na you think it overnight and then you put it out, okay? So, yeah, I am a man of many talents, and I am a man, no? Kung wala man akong many means, at least many talents. And if you infuse talent is everywhere. If you infuse talents with technology that are advanced, that are disruptive, that are innovation concepts, that is where you get, okay, you amplify your work. So I have been in a lot of places din, no, in my lifetime. So I have worked in Makati in one of the best franchise system. No, I have worked as a business development officer in multi-level marketing. I have seen the difference of a multi-marketing model, and I have seen the difference of a franchise model. So when we talk about scaling up, when we talk about sustainability, when we talk about stability of a business, you need a franchise model. So all of these are coming together, no? So habang nandoon ako sa nasa medical school, and I was also, hindi ako naging disconnected to what I was. No? Nandoon pa rin yung business. I learned concepts in public health. I learned concepts in health finance. I further my study in the Graduate School of Business. All of these, cryptocurrency came, blockchain came, disruptive technology came. What are the opportunities that are presented there? But more than that is the heart to see opportunity in everything. Okay, so it will come together, it will align together to put all of these concepts. The thing is, can we make this work? Okay, 5 to 10 years time, doctor care, pharmacy, which is the structure that it comes from the doctor care franchise, which is the system, will be there. It is not just an initiative, but it is a solution provider that this concept of a franchise concept is better than what it is already there. Franchise 101, we need a lot of innovation in how we do our business.
Wow, well said, Dr. Mark. Now, having said that, there's a lot of investors, even students who have lots of money, their parents who have a lot of income or who have a lot of cash, that will help, these kids, these millennials. A lot of people now, a lot of viewers of Open for Business are looking for opportunities. We've covered the many franchising expos in the past. Why do you think that this doctor care franchise is one of the best options, for them to choose as a business model?
Yes, nakikiusap po ako sa mga OFW natin, yung mga merong business mindset. Kung meron kayong kapital na isusugal, you go for somebody who knows the roadmap, who understand the business. Marami kasi sa atin pumupunta sa ibang business na yung essential lang, but yung pharmacy is also a business where the products are essential. So if you want to go in a franchise business, I can say that we are doing it right. We are doing it right, and we are sharing these opportunities. Now, because we are providing the starter package, which also has a financing plan, na kahit hindi nyo kaya the financial competence na hinahanap namin, but if there someone that will put a plan for financing, pwede po kayo pumasok. As of now, we are the affordable franchise initial fee. Ginagawa po namin yan because in line with our visions that we make other people create fortune and build wealth through them. Yun po ang promise natin, that the return of investment is coming, is a matter of time lang if you know how to do this business. And the retail of the return of investment is quite quick in this business. All we need is your responsibility to hold on to the risk, the capital you have, to put that with us. Let us manage your risk, you have also to understand your responsibility, your competence in running this business. We are also providing education for the franchisee to understand the business hardcore and to support them in terms of operation, in terms of management, and in terms of marketing. So lahat yan pino-provide ng Doctor Care franchise. So, yun po ang natin sa mga, we can say, yung mga gustong maging negosyante to start with. But there are other investors who are already with us. And thank you for the trust and the asset that you have placed in the company. And look at us right now. We are on national TV, And then probably we might think of other directions more on international. We do not know, but thank you for the trust that you have invested in this company. So yun po yung
Congratulations, Dr. Mark. We are running out of time. We never realized that I haven't asked the questions that is here, but your talk is very interesting and very engaging. Pero Dr. Mark, ano naman po ang maipapayo ninyo sa mga maliliit na negosyante? Alam natin mula noong pandemya, marami din nagsara sa kanila, marami ang nanghina ang kanilang loob. But slowly with the opening of the economy, people, businesses are bouncing back. With your expertise, with your knowledge, with the experience, what can you share with small businesses and SMEs?
Right. Kasama po yung paglugi sa isang negosyo, no? Sometimes, no? Yung mga iba, they learn from, failure from business. I, for one, is not successful in business when I was starting, no? Kaya lang, I want to make sure na whenever I indulge in the business, even if I'm a first-timer, I know the ins and out of it, the concept of it, how it should be operated, yung locations na hanapin, everything, every details na dapat na i-consider natin yan. No? And ito po ang palaging hindrances na mga nakikita ko sa mga negosyante na gustong mag-start, no? May capital pero ayaw mag-risk. Gusto nila yung kaagad nandiyan, yung return of investment. Baka ma-scam po kayo, no? Magsasabi sa inyo, return of investment 10%, 10%, things like that. When it sounds
too good to be true.
Too good to be true or scamish na siya, no? Do not indulge with those kinds of systems, no? There is no such thing as a high reward for a small amount of money. The bigger the risk, the greater is the reward. If you have to risk on something, you have to make sure that at least part of what you are risking, okay, you will get it back. Ang business is a battle. So it starts in your heart and in your mind. Bago ka mag-umpisa dyan, kompleto na po ang mga business plan mo. And work with people that knows how to run this business, no? Nandito po kami, okay? Kaya nga may mga franchisee tayo and may mga competence din yung mga franchisee. Like I said, 7 out of the 50 branches are owned by mga doctors, no? The rest are OFW po, no? Na nagsugal sa starter package natin. The rest are also seasoned investors. Nag-i-invest po sa big companies and small companies through our other investment programs. No? Usually, they are a relationship na meron na kami in the past na nag-join sa atin. So welcome na welcome po kayo. We will present the opportunity because what we want is to share this opportunity. Caring is sharing. And the more we share, the more we grow with us.
That is the best way to end this conversation. We hope to hear more from Dr. Mark Mendoza, the CEO of Dr. Care Pharmacy Franchise and Dr. Care Pharmacy Philippines. We hope to see them in the other shows of Net25. Open for business. We'll be back. Stay with us.
British economy to shrink in 2023. The UK economy is seen to contract 0.4% in 2023 as inflation remains high and companies rein in on investments with gloomy implications for longer-term growth, the Confederation of Business Industries said in its forecasts. In 2022, Britain has been hit hard by several factors, including spiraling natural gas prices, following Russia's invasion of Ukraine, incomplete labor market recovery after the COVID-19 pandemic, and persistently weak investment and productivity. Unemployment is expected to peak at 5% in late 2023 and early 2024, up from 3.6% currently, the CBI said. Norway emerged as the most retirement-friendly country with an overall score of 81%, according to the Natixis Global Retirement Index, as reported by the World Economic Forum. The country achieved the highest score in the health category due to its high average life expectancy of 83 years, 9 years longer than the global average. In terms of governance, Norway also edged out other countries with its low level of corruption, political stability, and government effectiveness. In the following order, Switzerland, Iceland, Ireland, and Australia were ranked among the top 5 best countries to retire in after Norway. South Korea exports for 2023 seen to dip. South Korea is expected to post lower exports now in 2023 at 4% due to weakening IT demand, falling oil prices, and a delay in global economic recovery, according to Korea International Trade Association's Trade Outlook report. Kita also expected imports to shrink at a faster pace of 8% in 2023 after a likely 19.5% jump in 2022, affected by a gradual fall in oil prices. This means that Korea's trade deficit would narrow to $13.8 billion in 2023.
Open for Business is at the helm with tech sector job cuts. Thousands of employees in the technology sector around the world are facing unemployment as big companies announce mass layoffs. Before the end of 2022, Twitter's Elon Musk slashed half of his company's workforce, while Meta, Facebook's parent company, eliminated 11,000 employees, the biggest number in its history. Ano nga bang dahilan? Tila sumakit ang ulo ng Meta sa pagbagsak ng kita nito sa ikatlong quarter ng taon. Idagdag pa ang forecast na lalo itong bababa sa ika-4 na quarter. Nagtitipid kasi ngayon ang digital advertisers sa taas ng inflation na nakakaapekto sa consumer spending. Apektado rin ang Facebook ng privacy update ng Apple iOS na naglimita sa ad targeting. Did you know that Meta's Reality Labs division lost $9.4 billion this year due to Mark Zuckerberg's commitment to Metaverse? It's also been hurt by the rise of social media competitor TikTok. Here are the other figures around tech company job cuts. Stripe cuts 1,100 jobs, Lyft 700 jobs, Coinbase 1,100 employees, Shopify with 1,000, Netflix cuts 450 jobs in 2 rounds of layoffs, Microsoft leaves 1,000 unemployed, and Tesla is cutting 10% of its salaried employees. There is uncertainty across the whole industry, even in the coming year. But the interesting question is, how will this affect a country like the Philippines, one of the top offshore destinations for global companies? Can we keep them open for business? Open for Business will be back. Stay with us. Our biz word of the week is retail pharmacy. It means any pharmacy where drugs are compounded, dispensed, stored, or sold, or where prescriptions are filled or dispensed to the general public. And retail pharmacy ticks all the boxes of a good business proposition. It is crisis-proof, resilient, and has a great upward potential, especially if managed well. This 2023 let us consider a more solid business venture and as essential as healthcare and pharmacy. And with that, our quote of the week is, Wherever the art of medicine is love, there is also a love of humanity. Thank you, Dr. Mark Mendoza, at maraming salamat sa isa na namang oras na pagsama sa amin upang tunghayan ang isang makabuluhang usapan ukol sa negosyo dito lang sa Open for Business. Hanggang sa susunod na linggo, samahan nyo kaming muli dito sa Open for Business. Catch us too on Facebook and YouTube. Like and subscribe on our social media page at Net25 TV. We will bring you more insights from industry experts, thought leaders, CEOs, and featured SMEs together. Let us help encourage business development in the Philippines. Sharpen your business acumen, feel the pulse, and set the trend for as long as you are informed and open for business. Ito po si Cesar Vallejos. Marami pong salamat. Thank you, Dr. Mark. Maraming salamat.